Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Taisho Alice Snow White's Route. Last we left off, we ended up meeting Snow White at his house because we helped his mom, and his mom wanted us to befriend her son, which is Snow White. Yeah, I'm actually excited because this route so far isn't that weird. So hopefully it'll stay that way and not be weird and creepy. But yeah, let's go. Let me just lessen the sound a bit. Alright. I don't remember where we were. Game over? What do you mean game over? I just started. Also, hi LV. I don't remember. Alright. We were giving Gretel a bite of the apple cake we got from Snow White's mom. No surprise there since it was Snow White's mother's spare pie.
わかりますよ。そりゃ僕くらいの目利きになればね。はあ、アップルパイなら、アップルホテル、アップルのシェフ、リンゴザーさんが作ったスペシャルアップルパイが食べたかったな。
At this point, I no longer had any idea what he was talking about. Have you known this pie was handcrafted by a very pretty lady? I had one myself at lunchtime and it was great.
どんなに綺麗だろうと綺麗じゃなかろうと、どうだっていいです。絶世の美人が作った得体の知れないものよりも、たとえハゲのおっさんだろうが、その道一筋30年のプロが作ったものの方が、僕としては断然いいです。
Apparently, Chef Ringo Appleton was a balding old man with 30 years of experience.
だって考えてみてくださいよ。素人ですよ、素人。衛生観念とか味覚とかどうなってるか分かったもんじゃないです。毒とか入ってるかもしれませんし。
Keep talking like that and I'm not going to let you have any. Pouted my lips.I loved my baby brother very much, but I did not approve of him bad-mouthing some lady he had never even met.
ま、姉さんが食べて美味しかったのならしょうがない。信じてあげますよ。絶世の美女が天才パティシエという可能性もゼロじゃないですからね。
Just like that, Gretel changed his tune. Good grief, you just love to hear yourself talk sometimes, don't you? I'll take that back now, thanks.I snatched the apple pie right out of his hand. I ignored his whining. Instead, I put the apple pie back into its box and put it in the fridge. Next, I started putting away all the other groceries I brought home. Now then, what should we have for dinner tonight? We've got a ton of apples now, so I could make apple pork stir fry. Interesting, okay. I'm willing to try that.But then again, I don't want everyone to get sick of apples too quickly. Any requests, Gretel? I turned to find Gretel about to bite into the apple pie. What the? Hey! Give this kid an inch and he'll take a mile. Not surprised if it's Gretel, honestly. I reached out, but it was too late. He'd already taken a bite. A moment later, he clapped a hand to his mouth and hunched over. But we ate it and it was fine? What's wrong? As I ran over to him, he spat out the mouthful of pie and looked up at me with tears in his eyes.
姉さん、これ、腐ってますよ。
Ew, what? My heart thumped in my chest. That can't be right. I just had one a few hours ago and it was fine. As I spoke, I peered carefully at the apple pie in its box. It seemed perfectly ordinary on the outside. But when I cut it open to take a look, I found that the apple filling had rotted blood. And you ate it? How the fuck did you not notice when you took a bite? Ew. Gretel dashed to the sink and started gargling tap water. How? I hadn't noticed anything wrong with the one I ate at lunch today. Sure, homemade goods tend to mold quickly, but only during the summer, or if they're well past their expiration date. How could the apple pie have rotted this fast? Granted, it wasn't fresh out of the oven, but it was wintertime in an already cold climate. There was no point in trying to reason with reality. Stealing myself, I grabbed the fork and cut a sliver for myself. That's crazy. What if, like, Snow White's been eating rotten food? That's why he doesn't like eating, because he's traumatized? Maybe I'm thinking too much into it. Then I brought it up to my nose. Smells normal, at least.
姉さん、
Bro.
やめた方がいいですよ。
Yeah, you probably shouldn't. What the fuck, girl? Ignoring him, I took the bite. Ugh. Immediately, an intensely bitter flavor exploded in my mouth, and I spat it back out again.
だから、言ったじゃないですか。
He handed me a glass of water, and I quickly started gargling it. Thanks. Somehow Snow White's mother's apple pie had already gone moldy. I remembered the look on her face when she brought it out to me. Her smile was pure and kind, without a trace of malice. Did she give me an old pie by mistake? Or on purpose? My heart pounded in my chest. Where moments before it was calm and steady, now it was restless like a stormy lake. Almost like a forewarning of things to come. If I had read this, maybe I wouldn't want it to stop yesterday. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. I was gripped with a vague feeling of unrest. It felt like everything around me was starting to change. But it was a gradual change, like a clean house slowly filling with trash. Discomfort quietly piling up like dust. And it all started when she showed up. I opened the living room door to find my mother happily cleaning.
楽しそうだね。
She looked over her shoulder at me with a smile. I already knew what had put her into this good mood.
楽しいわよ。だって、久しぶりにお客様が来てくれたんだもの。
Indeed, it was rare for us to get any visitors. Not only was our house located in the woods, but the house itself was so empty, people probably didn't realize anyone lived here. But most of all, no one ever interacted with my mom except to try and hurt her. As far as I knew, she had no friends she could trust. So when I found out she brought someone home with her, I was stunned. Doubly so when I realized who that someone was. Red flags went off in my mind, warning me not to get involved with her. But it was too late now.
とっても可愛い子だったわね。ふわふわの柔らかい髪も、それに、あの宝石のようにキラキラと輝く瞳も。まるで絵本の中から飛び出してきたお姫様みたい。
Mother couldn't stop gushing about her. Granted, I knew her appearance was exactly the sort of thing Mother liked. Born to a family who had spent generations managing an inn, she was raised strictly. Books were her only source of entertainment. Like so many other girls her age, she read dozens of fairy tales and yearned to be a princess. Frills, laces, and ribbons. A big castle, a pretty dress, a happy marriage. That was her dream.
それに、アリス・ユリカだなんて、とっても素敵な名前じゃない。なんだか、運命的だと思わない？
そうだね。
Mother loved the name Alice. It was the name of her favorite fairy tale protagonist. So of course she would take a liking to Arisu, the Japanese equivalent.
あなたも恥ずかしがらないで、一緒に食べればよかったじゃない。さあ、あなたもお腹が空いたでしょ。今用意するから待っててね。
今日はいいよ。お腹が空いてないんだ。
But I was lying. Truth be told, I had been hungry for a long time now. I just couldn't eat. Why? Because everything in this world was poison to me.
そんなにお母さんのご飯は美味しくない？
違う。
I shook my head. She frowned sadly.
だったらどうして？
Why? I couldn't stand that word. Every time I heard it, it meant I had failed her yet again. After a long silence, she looked at the clock.
あら、もうこんな時間。大変、仕事に行かなくちゃ。
She stopped cleaning and pulled me into a hug. Then, with a soft smile, she repeated her mantra.
お母さんは今から出かけるけど、あなたはいい子でお家で待っててね。いいこと？あなたは他の子と違ってとってもいい子なの。
Yeah, it's very much like Red Riding Hood's mom.
だから、お外で遊んではダメ。周りのみんなは狼なの。狼はどんな悪いことをするかわからないから、話しかけられても知らん顔をしているのですよ。
And even in Red Riding Hood's story, like, his mom would tell him to stay inside. Then he went outside when his mom was at work. And then his mom made him leave or something. I think that's what happened. And it parallels a lot with the story Snow White is having right now. How interesting.
お母さんがいない間、ちゃんとお留守番しているのよ。もし、誰かがこの家にやってきても、決して中に入れてはいけません。
はい。母様。
じゃあね、行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
I exhaled against my chilly fingers. White fog rose up against the dark sky, vanishing from sight. So much had happened today. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but that wasn't going to stop me from coming here. After all, this was my only chance to see my beloved. He's still coming here. I really thought he would stop. I could feel someone's presence behind me. There was no need to turn and look. I knew who it was. Good evening, my prince. At long last, my handsome prince was here. Silently, he sat down next to me. Perhaps His Highness was in a bad mood. Okay, now what? Honestly, there was so much I wanted to ask him. But this heavy, oppressive silence wasn't very encouraging. Oh, I know, in times like these. Red! I turned to Red Riding Hood for help, but he looked at me in horror and shook his head. Come on, Red. Honestly, I should have expected this, since Red said he wasn't comfortable around my prince. At this point, I would just have to figure something out by myself. You don't have a secret evil twin or anything, do you? First, I decided to find out if the Snow White I met this afternoon was indeed the same Snow White I knew. I didn't actually think he had a twin, but I was open to the possibility that I was wrong.
違うよ。
So much for my twin theory.
ちなみに、ドッペルゲンガーでもそっくりさんでも何でもないから。
He beat me to the punch.
正真正銘。あれは俺自身だよ。
What a crazy coincidence! I never imagined I'd get to see you during the daytime. And your mom is so cool. She's really pretty and a total sweetheart. And she's so funny too. I did my best to keep my tone lighthearted.
そうだね。
He narrowed his eyes for a moment before looking away. I admired his handsome face and profile and then quietly asked, Are you mad that I came over?
うん。
Really? Ugh! His response pierced my heart. I slumped my shoulders. Oh.
嘘だよ。
He was kidding?
君は知らなかったんだから、仕方ないさ。
I looked up and found him smiling faintly at me. How would you describe his smile? No, I don't have to save yet. Self-deprecating, apparently. But his smile seems self-deprecating somehow. I'm guessing you didn't want me to find out where you lived, huh? The smile faded from his face, and I knew I had guessed correctly. Well, don't worry. I won't tell your mom about our late-night hangouts, I promise. I figured that was what he was worried about. And if so, I was willing to reassure him.
別に心配はしてないよ。君はそういう子じゃないって知ってる。
And why are you mad at me?
別に怒ってないよ。
Liar.
嘘じゃないよ。
Oh, emotion in his voice. This was possibly the first time he had ever raised his voice at me.
あ、ごめん。
It's okay.
今日は帰る。
Why already? Lame Wolf, welcome back! Hi! I actually had a question for you, for my Grand Bazaar stream 2 days ago. But you didn't came, so now you didn't come, so now I've forgotten my question, unfortunately. I feel like you would love Ace Attorney series, bruh. I have all of them, and I've played them at least twice. All of them, at the very least, twice. Which Ace Attorney series game did you like the most? Do let me know. Favorite Ace Attorney series, and favorite character. I need to know. He rose to his feet and turned away. Wait! I tried to stop him, but he never looked back. Apollo! I liked Apollo when he was edgy with the bandage on. Mostly because I like bandages. I see. Okay. I liked Simon Blackwell the most. He's very hot. And he's in psychology, so he's double hot. And he has a sad backstory, and he wears, mascara. He's so edgy. I love him so much. Dual Destiny is the best for me. Yay! Actually, same. I love Dual Destinies the most. No, I can't say that anymore. No, I like Great Ace Attorney Chronicles the most now. I also like Sherlock Holmes then in that case. Sherlock Holmes and Simon Blackwell are the best characters for me. But I love Dual Destinies. But yeah, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is just built different. I love it so much. I work Sunday and Monday night. I see. Well, if I manage to finish this game today, then I'll be streaming Grand Bazaar tomorrow. If I'm not doing Grand Bazaar tomorrow, then I'm definitely doing it in 2 days. Hope to see you there if I have questions. Because I swear, I had questions, but I don't remember them anymore. which is very upsetting. I should have made a list of what I wanted to ask. Yeah. No pressure though. You don't have to come if you're busy or you don't want to or whatever. I do appreciate your presence though. Hi, welcome Geography. Hi. On our way home, I let out a giant sigh, expelling all the tension from my body.
お疲れ様です。
He's still so cute. Geography? I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Sorry, my English is bad. So have you. I'm sorry I keep dragging you out here every night.
いえ、それは別に構いませんが。
Yes, I can definitely come by any other days. Yay! I would love that. Thank you. But again, if you're too busy, it's okay. Don't feel pressured. I'll feel bad if I accidentally pressured you into it. There was a pregnant pause.
また、明日も行くつもりですか?
Of course I am. I answered confidently. At this, Red stopped short. Why are you looking at me like that?
私には、彼が何を考えているのかわかりません。
Yeah, you and me both. I grinned stiffly. If I could read his mind, I wouldn't be struggling so much right now.
何を考えているかわからないのに、彼のことが好きなのですか？
I like the mystery of it all.
あなたは呆れるほど前向きですね。
He let out a sigh. Yeah, I know, but life's more fun that way. I shot him a wink.
突然、あなたにあんな風に冷たい態度をとって、私は
Aw.
彼のことが好きではありません。
Red is so nice. He's such a good brother. I've noticed this about Red since... What was it? Gretel's route? But he's like such a nice big brother. I love him. Evidently, my prince had offended Red's sensibilities. He's a really tough customer, I know. He's cold, aloof, and impossible to read. I knew Red cared for me, and I wanted to take his feelings into consideration.
気まぐれですし、言葉はきついですし、躊躇なく人を殴りますし。
Well, he's not truly cold-hearted. This time I stood up for Snow White.
そうでしょうか。
If I had to guess, I'd say he comes off as cool because he's so calm and rational.
理性的ですか？
Yeah, like, I don't see how he's mean at all. I think Red Snow White's pretty chill. Yeah, I think he probably controls his emotions very carefully. Sort of like Kaguya, maybe? Have you tried Great Ace Attorney and Ace Attorney Investigations as well? They are a spin-off but as good as the main series. Yes, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is my favorite out of everything. Sherlock Holmes has my entire heart and soul. I've also played Ace Attorney Investigations and Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton. The spin-off where there's like the witch trials. That was pretty cool. Ace Attorney Investigations, I like the second one, where there is Eustace Winner is his new name. Sebastian the Best. Yep. Damn, you played everything already. I played everything at least twice. I am a massive fan. Ace Attorney is like one of the series I play a lot. Like, it's like my OG games. Ace Attorney, Rune Factory, and Harvest Moon. And to some extent, Tokimeki Memorial Girl side. These games I've played since childhood, and like they're like my comfort games as well, so I keep repeating them. I have to go now, but I'll watch your videos after. Thank you so much for coming by, Geography. Hope to see you next time. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Same. I played every game in AA at least twice as well. No way. Yay! I'm so, like, yesterday, I think I was super excited for Ace Attorney 7, right? And I keep stalking their YouTube and their socials. And then they suddenly posted something, and I really thought it was gonna be like an Ace Attorney 7 announcement. But nope, it's just the first trilogy update of like the concerts and whatever, which is cool, but I wanted AA7. So yeah. Almost 8 years since AA6, right? I need more. Various obsessed. Yes. Next. Oh wait, no. I think I only played Spirit of Justice once. Spirit of Justice was very mid for me. It felt weird. I didn't like it. Like, it was cool when I played it. But when I started watching video essays, I was like, oh yeah, you're right. What the fuck is this? Where's the plot going? So yeah, I actually didn't like Spirit of Justice. But the rest of the Ace Attorney games, I liked. Yeah, very, very obsessed. Ace Attorney is really good. If it was voiced, I would have played it on stream. But unfortunately, it's not voiced, and my throat will die if I have to play the entire game series. So I just don't. Unless Ace Attorney 7 comes out. If Ace Attorney 7 comes out, I'm dropping all games to play it on stream. Spirit of Justice, only last case was fire, the other was meh, yeah. Prosopagnosia, you don't understand, because in Spirit of Justice, right, there was prosopagnosia, facial blindness, and I just learned that in school, so I was like, wow, that's crazy! It was really cool. I loved it so much, that part. Amazing. Anyways, Sorry. Tangent. Ace Attorney does that to me.
確かに、かぐやはいつも笑っていて、本心が読みづらいところがあります。
Right? I laughed. No one can live their life truly devoid of emotion. But at the same time, things won't go well if your emotions are calling the shots. I figure rational people understand this. They just have the self-discipline to make sure they don't have any wild outbursts.
あなたは彼のことをよく見ているのですね。
Well, duh, I'm crazy about him.
私にはよくわかりませんが、あなたが彼のことをそう思うなら、そうなのかもしれませんね。
Then something occurred to me. Oh!
どうかしましたか？
You know, come to think of it, you never use any slang, huh?
それがどうかしましたか？
I've heard my prince say cool and dude and stuff like that. Did he? I don't remember this.
彼は男性なので、普通なのでは？
He tilted his head at me in confusion. Yeah, I know, but at first glance, he really doesn't seem like the type to say that stuff, you know? He looks so prim and proper. One would think he would talk more like you, all formal and stuff.
言われてみれば、そうですね。
So why do you talk all formally anyway?
なんでと言われましても、なんとなくでしょうか。
I guess it just comes naturally? For the most part, each person is in control of their speech patterns. Some people curse, some people use slang, while some people avoid both. These choices are an expression of who we are. Some words carry a certain nuance to them. For example, no one would bat an eye if a girl said, "Toots adorbs!" But if a guy were to say it, he'd probably get some weird looks. In other words, there are some societal restrictions on the way we express ourselves, although it can vary wildly on a case-by-case basis. Plus, there's a gendered element to it. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like my prince's use of slang was a conscious choice to emphasize his masculinity. Oh, I think she might be referring to the fact that Snow White uses ore, like a way to refer himself in a more masculine way. And I believe Red Riding Hood uses boku, which is like a more proper way to use it. Because I did notice and I was like, huh, interesting. He uses ore. I thought about how mad he got when I called him adorable and the way he seemed to hate his own appearance. Oh, maybe he just really doesn't like being misgendered? Oreda. Oreda. What? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Do they like type this every time instead of just copy pasting? Because now the typesetting is all bad. I couldn't focus. I was too irritated. Unless every time that happens, because every time that those words appear on the screen, we switch POV to Snow White. So what if there's like a third party watching? Like the wizard? No, I'm thinking too much into it. I couldn't focus. I was too irritated.
くそ
I flung my book in the direction of the door.
どうした？珍しく荒れてんな。
Roshi's voice seemed to echo like a hallucination.
両親
I looked up to find his icy blue eyes narrowed in my direction. Normally I liked his eyes, but right now I didn't want to feel them boring into me. Because his eyes always reminded me of her.
彼女にとなってしまった。絶対に嫌われた。彼女に最悪な人間だと思われた。
あいつは、なんて言ってたんだ？
なぜ怒ってるのかって。
怒ってたのか？
わからない。でも、最悪だよ。 彼女が、母様のことを知ってしまった。
Before I knew it, I was venting to Roshi. And also it's weird, right? Like, Roshi is just coming into his room randomly, and like somehow nobody bats an eye. Like, surely this is like a simulation or something, no? Am I thinking too much into it? Because like, it just feels weird. Like, the way they word some things seem very, very much pointing towards the fact that they're all like brainwashed into this or something. Like, I think I'm going crazy. And like, there's like many weird things happening, and that's just not really explained. Like, again, Ryoshi's suddenly here, or like every time they talk about mirror mirror on the wall, show me who I want to see, and immediately we switch to Snow White's POV. There's just a lot of things. Curious. Why? Surely I knew better than anyone that there was no changing the past.
それがどうした？お前は知って欲しかったんじゃないか？願ったり叶ったりじゃないか。
違う。知って欲しかったわけじゃない。
嘘つくなよ。お前はあいつに知ってもらいたいから、わざわざこんな回りくどい方法で接触してるんじゃないのか？
違う。
お前は、この世界から救い出してくれる、お姫様の登場を待っていたんだろ。
違う！
Now I had shouted at Roshi, just like I had shouted at her. I regretted it a split second later.
俺は、別に救ってもらいたいなんて思ってないよ。俺は、今のままでも十分満足してる。本当だよ。
Frills, lace, and ribbons, a big castle, a pretty dress, a mother who loved me, a hunter who looked after me. And then there's me, the prince. So, what if all of it was fake? Oh, that's true, because in Snow White, there's like the mother and the huntsman. I just realized that's probably why Roshi interacts a lot with him, because in Snow White, there's also like the huntsman. Forgot about the huntsman in Snow White. The days I spent with my loved ones were calm and peaceful, like a still lake, no pain or misery to be found. So what if all of it was fake? Interesting wording. But now those same waters were unruly and tempestuous.
なら、嫌われたままでもいいじゃねえか。あいつがいないことが、お前にとっての日常。ついこの前までそうだっただろう。だったら、あいつの存在なんて、無視すればいい。
He had a point. If I missed my old life, I could go back to it any time by simply avoiding her. But it was too late now.
それは嫌なんだな。
Former friend. Smiled sadly. Why former?
だったらどうすればいいのか、わかるだろ。
ありがとう。両親。
I'm so intrigued. The next morning, I was busy setting up the cafe.
おはよう、ひーさん。今日はえらい早起きやな。
Good morning, Kaguya. I got a lot of rest yesterday, so today I'm playing catch up. He answered as I mopped the floor.
別に気にせんでええのに。ちなみに、なんか手伝うことある？
Nah, I've got it under control. No point in making someone else do it for me.
うん、わかった。じゃあ、ゴミ放ってくるわ。それくらいはええやろ。
Shot me a wink. Thanks. Somehow he can always read me like a book. Say, Kaguya? I called out to him as he was changing the garbage bag.
ん
How do you feel about yourself?
お
He tilted his head, confused. I should have led up to my question a little better. You see, Snow White, my Prince Charming, he hates himself.
なるほど。そんで、同じく自分のことを嫌ってそうな僕に相談
I mean, from your route? See what I mean? He's as sharp as a knife. I don't think you hate yourself. You just kind of remind me of him. So I wanted to ask you about it. Specifically, he really hates anyone commenting on his appearance. It's weird because he's so pure and beautiful, like snow.
僕は王子と会ったことがないから、よくはわからんけど。要は自分に自信がないっちゅうことやろ
You think so?
まあ一概にそうとは言い切れんけどな。でも自分を嫌いになるなんて、ほんの些細なことがきっかけなんとちゃうん例えば、誰かと比べられた時や、誰かに何かを言われたとか。
True.
たとえ、言った方は悪意のないつぶやきだったとしても、言われた方は一生覚えてたりするもんやで。ま、僕なんかが想像もつかんくらい、もっと深い事情があるのかもしれへんけどな。
Right. I could think of two people that might have inspired his self-hatred. His mom or his old friend. At the very least, it couldn't have been me since I had only just met him. Another question. Would it bother you if someone mistook you for a woman?
そりゃまあ、嫌やな。
Right. Putting myself in Snow White's shoes, I could see myself getting kinda upset if someone thought I was a guy. I wonder if he seems to hate feminine words like cute or pretty. I must have really touched the sore spot. I couldn't remember every single thing I've ever said to him, but chances are high I had inadvertently used some of the words he didn't like. After all, I didn't see it as an insult whatsoever.
どんなに変えたくても過去は変えることができない。ゲームのように初期状態に戻して全てを最初からなかったことにはできない。
They also keep breaking the fourth wall like this. Like, especially in this route, but I've noticed it in other routes as well. I thought they're just making like a joke, but they do it so often that now I wonder if there's like a hidden meaning.
魔法をかけてくれる
Like
魔
that.
法使いは現れない。
There's literally a wizard that can grant our wish in this game.
もしもヒーさんが後悔してるんなら、それを繰り返さなかったらええんとちゃう
That's pretty solid advice.
せやろヒーさんっぽい
You sure did. Thanks, Kaguya. We exchanged a high five. After that, Kaguya went back to taking out the trash, and I resumed cleaning. There, all done. Once the floor was waxed and the shelves were dusted, we were ready to open. Now for the kitchen. But just as I turned,
あれ
I heard Kaguya's confused voice and hurried to find him. What's wrong, Kaguya? I found him staring into the fridge, confused. I walked over and he stepped out of my way so I could see.
ああ。いや、ゴミ放るために冷蔵庫の中覗いたんやけど。なんや、ぎょうさん残ってんなぁと。
You're right. Now that he had pointed it out, it was clear that the fridge was much fuller than it normally was. Yet, we hadn't ordered any extra ingredients. Kaguya and I exchanged a glance. We're losing customers? Oh no! No amount of agonizing could stop the flow of time. Who could possibly hope to stop the sun from setting? And so... there we were at the lake, but neither of us had spoken a word to each other. It was so unbelievably awkward. We weren't really fighting per se, but I had no clue how to start a conversation with him.
あの、
We spoke up at the same time. You go first.
君からどうぞ。
Then it happened again. Another suffocating silence, but right as I was trying to think of a way to break it,
昨日は、ごめん。
he let out a sigh.
君が悪いわけじゃないのに、怒鳴ってしまった。
Oh no, it's fine. It didn't bother me. I waved my hands dismissively. But of course, just because it didn't bother me didn't mean it didn't bother him.
君に嫌われても仕方ない。
He looked away sadly. I could never hate you. The next thing I knew, I was shouting. My prince looked at me in alarm, but I kept going anyway. Everybody has bad days sometimes. I don't blame you for getting frustrated and wanting to vent. So, no, I'm not going to stop being your friend over it. But despite my firm declaration, he frowned at me anxiously.
本当に。
Super sure. I leaned forward and peered into his eyes. I could see my reflection tinged lilac. But I knew that if he looked into my eyes, he'd know I wasn't lying. Eyes are the windows to the soul, as they say. He blinked at me. In response, I pulled back slightly. Anyway, I'm sorry too. I made some thoughtless comments without taking your feelings into account.
何のこと？
I said a lot of stuff without realizing it would hurt you.
可愛いって。
Yeah. I smiled awkwardly. Sure enough, he could see right through me.
別に気にしてない。
You sure?
本当の本当。
Aww. This time the roles were reversed. Silence fell for the fourth time. But this one wasn't suffocating, just mildly awkward. Well, can we be friends again?
うん。
He nodded, and I smiled like the weight of the world had been lifted from my shoulders.
なぜ笑うの？
Nothing? Honestly, I was scared you wouldn't show up tonight. But you did, and that really means a lot to me.
約束したのは俺だからね。
Right, it's always good to keep your word. But I'm going to keep mine too. He shot me a dubious look. No surprise there. After all, he had yet to realize what I meant. I don't know what you mean. I filled my lungs with chilly lake air and slowly exhaled. Then I looked directly into his eyes. Prince, I don't know your life story. I still barely know you. I don't know what you're thinking or what secrets you hold. But I do know this. I love you. Oh, already? Oh my god! And because I love you, I want to know you. I want you to tell me what's on your mind, what you're looking for.
何を思い、何を求めるのか。
He tilted his head slightly. In a way, the gesture reminded me of his mother. Yes, tell me everything. He hesitated for a moment.
王子じゃない。
Huh?
俺は、君が思うような王子様じゃないよ。
If he's not your Prince Charming, then what is he? Just Snow White. Was this his roundabout way of asking me to call him by his name? Okay then, Snow White? And I called his name. Aw, how cute! His pale face flushed pink right before my eyes.
君と出会ってから、なんだか、いろいろとおかしくなった。こんなはずじゃなかった。責任、取ってよ。
Here. I owe you? He closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then looked back at me, his purple irises shining.
ゲームをしよ
What? It was so sudden, it took me a moment to process it.
う。そう。ゲーム。これから、俺は君に謎かけを行うから、君はそれを解いていくんだ。
A riddle? Will you play Snow White's game? I mean, sure? I smirked. Bring it on. I'll show you I can win any game you throw at me. But if I do, then you have to do whatever I ask. Deal?
いいよ。
At my challenge, he grinned.
あるところに、10人の兄弟がいた。君は兄弟たちの主人であり、兄弟たちをそれぞれ従えていた。兄弟たちはそれぞれに気性があり、何人かはとても高慢ちきだった。けれど、兄弟たちは主人が兄弟のために選んだ気性を持つようになった。
Swallowing hard, I waited for his next words. But they never came. Wait, what? Is that the whole riddle? Meanwhile, Snow White smiled faintly.
まあ、頑張って。
There's not even a question. What am I supposed to do? Because even if I try applying it to our situation, we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 with Ryoshi, 9 with Wolfie, and that's it. We have 9 guys in this game. So clearly it's not supposed to be representative of our situation? No? Oh, wait, no. No, and Alice. Okay. So 2, Cinderella and Red Riding Hood, and then Gretel and Kaguya, and then Snow White and Wizard, and then Alice. Oh yeah, there's 9 then. And then Ryoshi and Wolfie. So we're missing one. So it's not about the marriageable candidates? I'm so confused. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. That night, I was in such a good mood, I didn't bother trying to hide it. As I read the crossword puzzle book Ryoshi had given me, I thought back over our exchange and smiled to myself.
昨日泣いたカラスがもう笑った。とは少し違うか。楽しそうだな。
そう？
I tried to play it off, but I couldn't keep the glee out of my voice.
あいつとはうまくいってるみたいだな。
まあそうかもね。今は謎かけで遊んでる最中だよ。
謎かけか。相変わらず好きだな。
Ryoshi smiled like he was reminiscing about the past.
分かってはいたけど、彼女は強敵だよ。
I smirked knowingly.
俺と違って
そうだね。漁師と違って。
At this, he fell silent. I looked up from my book and into his eyes. His hair and eyes were both pale in color. Indeed, his appearance was nothing like the average person's. Just like hers.
だから、答えられないはずがないんだよね。漁師だって、昔と違って少しは得意になっただろ？
ああ、そうだな。お前のせいでな。お前のせいで俺は、今の道を運命づけられたようなもんだ。
漁師の道を？
そうだな。
She did say that her brother and her parents are all hunters, but she's not. In Red Riding Hood's route, I believe. But we still don't know what exactly a hunter does.
そうなんだ。
人事かよ。
人事だよ。俺。
Sorry. Trapped in inside this house, I had no way of caring about anyone outside it, just myself. I could learn things secondhand. Through books, of course. Books showed me other people's knowledge, opinions, and fantasies. Books expanded my worldview. I let out a small sigh. Lately, I had inadvertently remembered my old forgotten story. And as a result, it suddenly started to progress rapidly. I summoned my powers of deduction, okay? Why did she show up in my life out of nowhere? And why did it trigger a domino effect that altered my whole world? Just as I had presented her with a riddle, she had given me one in turn.
ねえ、漁師。彼女は、君とも母親とも違う。初めて出会った時から、おかしいと思ってたんだ。
Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Gemstone eyes, soft, fluffy hair. Yes, I always yearned to one day meet a princess. As it turned out, the one I met was tall and slender.
彼女と会って、いろいろ話をしたけど、なんとなく分かってしまった。彼女は、特別だ。
I swear, I think it's a matrix. Once upon a time, there were 10 brothers. As the head of the household, the brothers all obeyed your command. Did my comment get yeeted? Eh? You haven't messaged anything, LV. Each had their own unique disposition. Some were arrogant, but they each took on the nature the head of household had chosen for them. At breakfast, Cinderella let out a big, exaggerated sigh. This snapped me out of my thoughts and back to reality.
どうしたんですか？
Oh, there was a
シンデレラ
semi-bad
兄さん
word.
が
I
ため
see.
息をつくなんて珍しいですね。
Wow.
何気に失礼な発言だな。俺様には悩みなんてないってか。
あるんですか？
Red's innocuous comment made Cinderella's smile stiffen.
まあいい。
Is Snow White the skinniest protagonist? Yes. He doesn't eat. He says he's been hungry for a long time. I think it's an ED. Fine, whatever.
お前らも気づいてるかもしれないけど、このところ店の売り上げが減ってるんだよ。
I feel like in every route, the cafe slowly fails as well. Cinderella's good at his chair in and sat up straight.
この喫茶店って趣味で経営してるから利益なんざどうでもいいんじゃないですか？
At this, we all nodded in agreement. We didn't live here because of the storefront on the first floor. It was just a fun bonus. Vera, I'm losing my freaking mind. What's up, DHL? Hi, what's wrong? I can't find it. What? We were under no obligation to run a cafe, but since we had the setup, we figured it'd be fun to put it to use. Cinderella averted his eyes awkwardly.
それはそうだけど、せっかく軌道に乗ったのに、
True.
このまま失速していいのかよ。
He had a point. It would kinda suck.
確かに最近お客さんが少なくなったな。いつもならお客さんいっぱいの時間帯やっちゅうのにまばらっちゅうか。
Yeah, I was thinking that. Maybe they're bored of us now?
田舎の人間は飽きるのが早いからな。
Did a new Stardust or Dunkin' Donuts open up somewhere nearby? If so, that would certainly explain it. Country folk tended to flock to anything with a big city feel.
こんなど田舎に進出しねえよ。
No, it wouldn't be profitable for them after all.
僕、女の子たちにもっとサービスしたらええんかな。
お、いいな。
Mm-hmm.
女向けに特化した店作りか。
And we'll need a hot poster boy. Everyone turned to look at Kaguya.
やっぱり、 かぐや兄さんを一発ぶったたける剣を。
Drop it, Gretel. Kaguya's smile froze on his face. Poor baby. What if we turned it into a butler cafe?
お帰りなさいませ、お嬢様。
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that.
ベタすぎません？
ベタだな。
やっぱりかぐや兄さんを一発ぶったたける剣。
Wait, I found it. What? Is it the micro PC you were talking about?
やめて。
I think that's the first time I heard Kaguya raise his voice. That's crazy. What about one free hug per drink? That's so cheap.
好きです。このままあなたを離したくない。
Or one wall slam per drink?
他の男なんて見るな。お前は俺だけを見てればいいんだよ。
He sounds so different without his cute little accent. That's crazy. Doki? Oh, Doki! Oh, yay! Okay, send it to my Discord. You think you found it? Yay! Puppy. Or one chin cup per drink.
なあ、キスしてもええか？
That's crazy. Or one yandere outburst per drink.
姉さん、姉さん、姉さん
Okay, that killed me. That killed me.
それ、誰の真似ですか？
I love this game. Okay, I'm sorry. I like Taisho X Alice now. I'm sorry. That's so funny. Wait.
他の男なんて見るな。お前は俺だけを見てればいいんだよ。好きです。このままあなたを離したくない。
Like, I don't think he's referencing the other guys
なあ、
at
キ
this.
スしてもええか？姉さん、姉さん、姉さん
Oh, that's so funny. I can't believe they referenced Gretel like that. Oh, okay. I think I am healed from my Gretel trauma with this. I'm checking it now. I'll put it in the usual spot once I'm done. Thank you, Taisho.
ん？もちろんグレーテル君やで。
Kaguya smiled. Gretel responded with a punch to the gut. Kaguya!
さて、僕もそろそろ新メニューを考えますか。
Gretel continued as though nothing had happened.
なら、この間のホットフルーツポンチなんていいんじゃないですか？
Gretel suggested innocently.
何ですかそれ？
ゆりかさんが
Uh-huh. Snowflake gelatin shapes, floating in warm fruit punch. Remember when you made those donut bites and Cinderella was talking about seasonal desserts? It was an idea I came up with off the top of my head. I rambled like my life depended on it. Kaguya and Cinderella smirked knowingly at me. Oh god, everyone knows! They totally know! Gasping, I whirled around to find Gretel squinting at me dubiously.
何ですか？
Nothing? Scratch that, everyone but Gretel knows!
確かにホットフルーツポンチは美味しそうですね。バナナやリンゴ、ブドウやパイナップルなんかは加熱することで糖度がアップするし、美容にもいいですしね。
お、いいな。いかにも女が好きそうって感じで。
What else? We could offer a fruit tea, maybe?
お菓子にもよく合いますしね。
And we could just eat the leftover fruit by itself.
まずいですけどね。
I guess so. Maybe we could add whipped cream or chocolate. Yes! I love that.
フォンデュですか。 いいんじゃないですか？ただ、その分値段を上げないとこっちが赤字になりそうですけど。
Sounds yummy. Sounds like we should give it some more thought.
あと問題になるのは、冬場だからどうしてもフルーツは限られるってところですか。
そうですね。みかんやいちご、それにリンゴといった感じでしょうか。
リンゴならひいさんが大量購入したやつがあるな。
というわけだ。やる気になったところで、今日も一日、気合い入れていくぞ。
おー
We thrust our fists into the air. From there, our ideas proved to be a huge success, and business returned in full force to our cafe. The end. Just kidding. I wish it was that easy, but alas. As I tucked my knees up to my chest and let out a sigh, Snow White eyed me curiously.
どうしたの？
Lately, it seems like our cafe has been losing a lot of customers. In the end, our efforts didn't draw in a single person. Of course, I knew complaining to Snow White wasn't going to solve anything, but I needed to vent. Fortunately, this troubling development seemed to resonate with Snow White, as he responded with uncharacteristic sympathy.
君のせいじゃないよ。
He reassured me gently. Thanks, you're so sweet to me. For some reason, he averted his gaze awkwardly.
別に、優しくなんてないよ。
This triggered a yellow flag in my mind. Had I touched another sore spot without realizing? Either way, I decided not to dig too deeply. Instead, I changed the subject. Oh, that reminds me. You remember the hot fruit punch I made a while back? We decided to start selling it at the cafe. I clapped my hands together excitedly. Fortunately, Snow White took the bait.
白玉の？
Yeah, that. I beamed at him, but he turned away. Then his shoulders started to shake. But when I asked to be called Nissan, Vera ignores me. Do you want that? I'll call you Nissan from now on, LV. Okay, I'll call you Nissan from now on. No takesy backsies. Confused, I tried to get a good look at his face, but then he turned back to me.
それで、昨日の謎かけの答えは分かった？
Awesome sauce. Okay, Nissan. He had regained his usual stoic expression and flat tone. Alright, that. I recited the riddle just as Snow White had presented it to me. As the head of the household, the brothers all obeyed your command. Each had their own unique disposition. Some were arrogant, but they each took on the nature the head of household had chosen for them. First, the word "your" indicates the listener. Thus, the 10 brothers obey the listener. This suggests that the 10 brothers are something the listener uses regularly. Fingers? Next, the 10 brothers. They each have their own unique disposition. But the word brothers suggests that they're all associated with the same family of sorts. So if you think about a family of 10 things you control on a daily basis. As I spoke, I quietly gauged his reaction. He listened quietly to my reasoning, but his expression didn't shift whatsoever, so it was impossible to tell whether I was on the right track. Anyway, that's as far as I've gotten as of right now. I still haven't unsettled on an answer, though. Am I off base?
いや、
He smiled awkwardly, a rare occurrence for him. Apparently, I was headed in the right direction.
やっぱり、君は彼とは違うんだね。以前、彼に謎かけをしたときは、随分と悩んでいたのにな。
He had a distant look in his eyes. Then I remembered Snow White telling me about someone who reminded him of me. Check your Discord? Yeah, are you sending me lewds? Kidding. What amistad. I cannot read. Oh, nice. DHL, teach me later. Oh, yeah, I'm so excited. Teach me after stream. If you're still awake, that is. I was curious what this other friend was like, so I decided to ask directly. Could you tell me more about him? I vaguely remembered asking this question last time around. All I got in response was, he smokes a lot, and you two look nothing alike.
聞きたいの？
If I'm still awake, yeah? Also, I can't hear shit because it's loud as frick. Can you full screen? I didn't see a full screen thingy on it. Mal, I'll bother you with it later. Of course. He fell silent for a moment, but he didn't seem unwilling, just unsure of how to begin. Slowly but surely, however, he found the words he was looking for. The game is just loud by default, got it.
彼は仏頂面で乱暴で口が悪くて君と似て
Thanks.
無神経だし無遠慮だしおせっかいで鈍感だけど
I thought you liked me, bro.
芯が強く人の弱さを知っていた。彼とは湖のほとりで出会った。俺が水面を覗いていると向こうから話しかけてきた。どうやら
Oh, the
自
same
殺する
like
と思
I
ったら
did.
しい。
Now, why does that sound so familiar?
なんとなく興味を持ったから試しに次の日も湖に来ないかと誘ってみた。来るとは思ってなかった。彼と会ったのは夜だし、得体の知れないガキの言うことなんて普通は聞くわけない。
But he did, didn't he?
うん。だからといって何か特別なことをするわけじゃなかった。向こうはタバコを吸って、俺はぼんやりと湖を眺めて、たまに話して、そんな感じ。
I thought you took an interest to him.
そうだけど、何も話すことがなかった。いや、本当は何を話したらいいのかわからなかったのかもね。俺が驚いたのは、彼がその次も、またその次の日も、湖にやってきたってことだね。それからは、いろいろと話すようになった。いろいろ聞いたよ。どうしてこの田舎町にいるのか、とかね。話を聞くうちに、彼と俺は少し似ていることに気づいた。
So it's very haha. I'll have you know, I keep getting complaints before that I was actually not loud enough on stream. No go, I refuse to go. But yeah, bleh.
好きなもの、嫌いなもの、
No bully.
彼が抱いている感情に、自分もそうだと思った。
Sounds like you were two peas in a pod. He nodded.
初めて彼と出会った時、なんとなく気になったのは、本能的にそのことを感じ取っていたからかもしれない。彼には妹が一人いて、よ
Aww.
く妹の話をしてくれた。
Go, 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 play, play, play. DHL, please.
彼女の好きなものや嫌いなもの、どんな本が好きなのか、どんな時に悲しいと思うのか。
Ah, he sounds like a really caring big brother. Oh, Vera, I'm assuming that you don't want the Mac version. Do I look like an Apple user? Vera's a little too good at play. Certified pro. What do you mean? Can you be bad at it? That's really sad.
どうだろう。むしろ苦手なようだったけど。
Wow. Why is that?
自分の容姿を思い出すからだと思う。彼の容姿は目立ちすぎて、彼が進もうとする道に
Interesting.
邪魔だったからね。
That's so interesting. We don't know about this.
彼はアッシュグレーの髪とアイスブルーの瞳のとても変わった姿をしていた。
Ash gray? For some reason, this caught my attention. Ash gray hair and icy blue eyes. Why did that sound so familiar? Does his sister has an unusual appearance too?
うん。一度写真を見せてもらったけど、とても綺麗だったよ。
Eh?
本人がどう思ってるかは知らないけど。
But you've seen a picture. And it's not Yurika?
妹はとても優秀で、親の期待や関心を受けていたらしい。だからこそ、余計に苦手だったのかもしれない。インフェリオリティコンプレックス。劣等感ってやつだよ。年の離れた兄弟なのにね。でも、俺は彼の気持ちが痛いくらい分かった。鏡に映したように、誰かと比較されるのはうんざりだ。どんな自分でも自分でしかない。だから、認めて欲しかったんだと思う。
His tone was soft and full of sympathy for his friend. You must really care about him.
うん。
Aw,
好きだよ。
I ship them. Snow White and Yoshi, I kinda like it. He smiled. Where is he now?
どこか、遠くに行ってしまった。
I see. But you guys hang out a lot, eh? I was wondering why he referred to the guy in past tense. Evidently, they had fallen out of contact. Oh. Is that why you come here every night? Hoping he'll come back for you? At this, Snow White stared at me in wide-eyed silence. His reaction confused me, and he smiled faintly with a faraway look in his eyes.
いや、遠くに行ったのは、俺の方だよ。
I'm so confused. He reached out to the lake. Almost like he was yearning to go into the mirror world contained within. In another moment, Alice was through the glass, and had jumped lightly down into the looking-glass room. I'm so intrigued. I'm fucking locked in. That night, I dreamed of the past. I was begging my brother to tell me about the prince as white as snow. I was dying to know how the rest of the story went. I need to go to the toilet, and then I'll be back to read more. Be right back. I also need to refill my water, because I'm out. big brother?
あ、なんだ。
Yoshi! I wanna know more about the prince.
あいつのことなら散々話しただろう。あれ以上は俺も知らないぞ。
Oh, darn it. A prince as white as snow. I wish I could have met him myself.
そのメルヘンな呼び方、どうにかならねえのか？
Isn't it magical?
寒いんだよ。
Okay, I get it, because snow is cold. Ouch. Don't hit me.
あいつもすぐ手が出るやつだったぞ。
Oh, really? That's weird. How did you feel about him, big brother?
口が悪くて、態度もそっけなくて、気まぐれで、本当に可愛げのないガキ。だけど、あいつがいなけりゃ、今の俺はいなかったな。
I wonder if this is like something that actually happened in the real life, because I swear I'm like locking in on the Matrix theory where it's all a simulation, because everyone's relationships are different in every single route. So I'm wondering if the part where he met Snow White by the lake is actually like a real thing that happened. Will he led you to the right path?
そうだ。
Healer of the undiagnosed neurological trauma. That makes you a hunter. Get it? Just like your name.
あいつみたいなことを言うな。
Really? Then we would have been best friends.
それはねえな。
Aw, come on. You can't know that for sure unless I meet him someday.
お前、ろくでもないこと考えてんじゃないだろうな。
When I awoke, I found myself in my bedroom at the cafe. Just a dream? I sat up and looked around the room. It was just my ordinary bedroom. Nothing appeared to have changed, and yet, for some reason, I felt restless in my own house. In my dream, I was talking to a man with ash gray hair and icy blue eyes, and addressing him as Big Brother. Was it because of the conversation I had with Snow White about his friends? One can say that a dream is a reproduction or recreation of our memories. In most cases, the people and places that appear in your dreams are taken wholesale from your past. Even when you dream about total strangers, your brain still uses your past experiences to create them. It's nothing more than a manifestation of your subconscious. Then maybe I do know him? What was this uncertainty I felt in my chest? Where did something feel distinctly wrong? Something's not right.
何がだよ。
Nobody's coming to the cafe. There we were in the middle of the lunch rush, yet our store was as dead as a doornail. Wow, my voice just gone. Sorry, I'm gonna drink. Why? Why won't they come inside? Our cafe was located right in the heart of downtown. This complete lack of customers wasn't just alarming, it was downright preposterous. We were so busy just a few days ago, how could they all just vanish?
そんなの俺が知りてえよ。
いろいろ頑張ったんやけどな。壁ドン、床ドン、後ろからハグ、首絞め。
That's crazy.
新メニューも考えたっちゅうのに。
I don't know what kind of person would choose strangulation, but more power to you.
ま、ここまでやって人が来ないんなら、潔く諦めようぜ。どうせ、この店は趣味で経営してんだから。
そうですね。
せやな。
Really? Just like that? I know it was just a fun side project, but we need money to live. Without any customers, how will we pay for our ingredients? And again, without any customers, we don't need to buy ingredients, so maybe we'll be fine. It's like all the people in the world just vanished. Aha, interesting. How interesting. So my Matrix theory is really, really looking nice.
そんなことあるわけねえだろ。じゃあ、ここにいる俺たちは何なんだよ。
Yeah. Ow. Scowling, he flicked my forehead.
バカなこと言ってないで。仕事しろ。
Work on what? Fair enough. Now that I think about it, where's Gretel?
さあな、厨房にこもって菓子でも作ってるんじゃねえの？
That's right, I haven't seen him in a while.
厨房には誰もいませんよ。
暇やし、どっかに遊びに行ったんとちゃうん？新作のスイーツの発売日なので、ちょっくら2時間ほど並んできます、みたいな。
I could totally see him doing that.
たく、相変わらず身勝手なやつだよな。ま、客が来ないんじゃどうしようもないし、俺も部屋に戻って作業するわ。
Aww. And with that, he gleefully headed upstairs. You can go do other stuff too if you want. My brother always worked hard to ensure I could have leisure time. Now it was my turn to cover for them.
好きなこと。ひいさんとこうして一緒におることやな。
As usual, it was eminently clear why Kaguya was popular with the ladies. What about you, Red?
私もここにいます。
And as usual, Red preferred to take a more subtle approach. They're both such good boys. An hour went by. They're not coming.
来ひんな。
来ませんね。
We waited and waited, but no one came. As I rolled an apple around the table out of boredom, Red looked up suddenly.
そういえば、答えは分かったんですか？
答え？
例の王子様に意地悪な謎かけをされたんです。
I like how he's just eavesdropping. Like, I thought he, peeked at us from, a tree far away so he wouldn't hear us. But nope. Nope, he's just listening into everything.
10人の兄弟が、いや、10...
I couldn't seem to remember, so I took it upon myself to explain. Once upon a time, there were 10 brothers. As the head of the household, the brothers all obeyed your command. Each had their own unique disposition. Some were arrogant. But they each took on the nature the head of the household had chosen for them.
それです。
The answer is words, right? 10 words?
え？
Red blinked at me in surprise.
ヒントもなしで分かったんですか？
I don't understand either. Yep. Exactly. Same. His jaw dropped and he stared at me. Almost like I had grown a second head or something. No surprise there, of course. After all, I had only just thought of the answer myself. Maybe all this free time is good for something after all. Idle hands are the mother of invention, or something like that. I took a deep breath and began to explain my theory. Once upon a time, there were 10 brothers. As the head of the household, the brothers all obeyed your command. Each had their own unique disposition. Some were arrogant. They each took on the nature the head of the household had chosen for them. First, the word your indicates the listener. Thus, the 10 brothers obeyed the listener. It suggests that the 10 brothers are something the listener uses regularly. Next, the 10 brothers. They each have their own unique disposition. But the word brothers suggests that they're all associated with the same family of sorts. So, if you think of about a family of 10 things you control on a daily basis, you arrive at parts of speech. I want to listen to the explanation in Japanese. I do not understand this. Blech. Blech. I never know what these are. I hate these. Nouns, pronouns, verbs, adverbs, adjectives, determiners, conjunctions, interjections, prepositions, and particles. I wonder what it is in Japanese. I attempted to make my explanation as straightforward as possible.
Huh.
But Red Wort's reaction was muted at best.
おー、なんやようわからんけど、すごいな。
Damn. Kaguya, however, was another story. He grinned and applauded me.
言葉だとしたら、なぜ主人が兄弟のために選んだ気象を持つようになるのですか？
Because words can change their meaning depending on how they're used. For example, if someone uses the word literally to mean figuratively, then that's what it means.
えらく尊大な態度ですね。彼らしい考え方だ。
All I could do was smile and shrug. Even though I have the answer, there's still so much I don't understand. I hastily steered the conversation back on track. What was the point of giving me this riddle anyway? If he's asking me to solve it, then that means he wants me to find the answer, right? If he didn't want me to find it, he wouldn't need to go out of his way to do this.
本人に直接聞けばいいのでは？
Yeah, I guess. That said, I didn't want to risk inadvertently offending him by asking. As much as I wanted the answer, I was too afraid to seek it. Words, a necessary tool to express thoughts and feelings, but I was too afraid to use them. While words could help illuminate the darkest corners of the human psyche, so too could they pierce like a blade. In that case, what if I found a different way to communicate? What? And so, alright, let's get started. I rolled up my sleeves and set about making an apple pie. Why an apple pie, you ask? Because it was Snow White's favorite, according to his mother at least. There were other reasons too, of course. For some reason, my mind kept drifting back to apple pies. Snow White had rejected my cooking twice thus far, and it still wasn't clear why. Plus, there was the mystery of the rotten apple pie I had received from his mother. I couldn't help but think there was some sort of connection. And if I was too afraid to ask him with my words, then I'd have to get creative. In other words, I'd use the apple pie to play a little mind game. For now, I'll work from memory to get it tasting as close to Mother's as possible. Sometime later, I stood with my arms folded. What am I missing? Unfortunately, my pie only resembled Mother's in appearance. It was still perfectly tasty, of course, but that wasn't good enough for me. When I arrived at the lake, I found Snow White sitting on the pier, looking out at the water just like always. I considered calling out to him, but stopped myself. He was peering down at the lake like he had half a mind to jump in. Silently, I stood behind him and followed suit. At least this way I could sort of understand how he felt. The water rippled slowly. Milky moonlight reflected off the surface. There was a full moon tonight. Why was Snow White so obsessed with this lake anyway? Just then the wind petered out, and the waters gradually fell still. Instantly, the surface transformed into an almost perfect upside-down mirror image. Almost like an upside-down world was just trapped underneath. I reached out to it. Could I pass through to the other side? Just then, Snow White grabbed my hand. Snow White? I looked up to find him staring at me, wide-eyed. A moment later, he was back to his usual stoic expression. He gazed at me intently. So I stared right back into his eyes, silently challenging him. As if to say, if you have something to say, then say it. Normally he would have immediately averted his eyes, but not this time. As he scrutinized me, he spoke as quietly as the lake itself.
君は自分の容姿をどう思う？
What? On one hand, the question felt so sudden. But on the other hand, everything about our friendship was sudden. He probably had a good reason for asking. I just didn't know what it was yet. After a moment of silence, I let out a long breath. Do you like the way you look? Yes. Yeah, I like it. It gives me a lot of attention, which isn't always fun, but it's a part of who I am. I smiled as I spoke. At this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. You're strong. Oh,
君は強いね。
you think so?
俺は好きだよ。
Huh? Honey.
君の宝石のような目も、ふわふわとした柔らかな髪も、全部、君が君である証だ。
Thank you. An icy breeze brushed my cheek. The still lake waters began to stir once more. But Snow White didn't let go of my hand. In spite of the wind, I was toasty warm.
だけど、自分の容姿は好きじゃない。鏡を見るのが苦手だった。初めて鏡を見たとき、なんだか自分じゃないものを見ているようだった。雪のように真っ白な肌。リンゴのように赤い唇と頬。そして、光り輝く髪。それが自分ではなく、他の誰かであるように思えてならなかった。
Interesting. Sounds intense. He nodded. Then he reached out with his free hand and cupped my cheek.
ねえ、アリス。君の瞳には、僕はどう映っている？
Well, you have white hair, lilac eyes, lips as red as an apple. You're a prince as pure as the driven snow. I murmured, enchanted by his beauty.
そう見えるのは、君が夢を見てるからだよ。
Interesting sentence to say. What do you mean?
君は、俺をただ単に美化してるに過ぎない。きっと、目が覚めたらがっかりする。
How come?
本当の俺は、とても醜いからだよ。
Have a good night, Birdie. Have a good night, Nissan. Hope you sleep well. Thank you for coming. Honestly, there was so much about him I still didn't understand. I didn't know what he was thinking or what feelings he kept hidden inside. But one thing was for sure, he was trying to tell me something. Oh, I get it. So that's why the answer is words.
何が？
The answer to your riddle? I can't know for sure how you feel, Snow White, but I can at least imagine it. Since we can't know what the other person is thinking, we have to observe them and make an educated guess. Which is why we have communication and games and words. The common thread linking all those things is that they require two or more people to define their value. And that applies to help too. If I had to guess, I'd say you're asking me to help you. How do you get that from... Okay, you know what? This is not that bad. It's fine. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't see how that relates to this, but okay.
何それ。こじつけにも程があるよ。二人以上の人が存在することによって成立するものなんて、他にもいっぱいあるじゃないか。
Like love?
愛は、自己愛という言葉がある。
Okay then, romance. You can't have romance without, well, someone to romance.
例えば、君と、俺？
Yeah, like you and me. You think I idealize you too much? Well, duh. I'm in love with you, silly. When you're in love, you fall under a magic spell that makes everything about the other person seem perfect.
恋することは、夢見ることと同じ。
You could say that. I love you, Snow White. I love your fickle, blunt attitude and your foul mouth. It's what makes you, you.
俺が、俺である証。でも、それなら、恋が終わった途端、一気に冷めてしまうんじゃないの？ 夢から覚めて、君は現実の俺を見る。そうしたら、君は俺のことを嫌いになる。
If that happens, then I'll just love the real you too. Problem solved. Love and being in love are not the same thing. Love is selfless. Love accepts all your flaws and ugly parts as part of the package deal. But this is something you can do for yourself too. You can look at yourself and say, this is just who I am. Because when it comes down to it, someone who can't love themselves can never truly be happy. If you won't accept love from yourself, then you won't be able to accept it from other people either. So you may just have to try and love the Snow White you see in the mirror. Because that might be the only way to heal you.
君は、俺に手を伸ばしてくれるの？
Of course.
夢から覚めても、俺のそばにいて、俺のことを好きになってくれるの？
Yes, I'll love you even after the dream comes to an end.
簡単に言うけど、大変だよ。
I know that, but I'll do whatever it takes.
謎かけみたいにね。
What was the correct answer anyway?
言葉。
Yes! I held up my hand for a high five, but he left me hanging. Woohoo! So I switched to a fist bump instead. Same thing, more or less.
よくわかったね。まるで答えを知っていたみたいだ。
I didn't cheat, I swear.
さあ、どうだろうね。でも、約束は約束だ。君が勝ったということは、
A what?
君の言うことを何でも聞かなきゃいけないのか。
And tooted. Now, what shall I have you do? I smirked impishly.
何でもどうぞ。
Okay then.
甘い匂いがする。アップルパイ。君が作ったの？
Yeah? Busted.
俺のために。
Well, yeah. Your mom told me you really like apple pie, so...
そうなんだ。
Look, you don't really have to eat it if you don't want to.
別に迷惑じゃない。君の勝ちだからね。君が勝ったら、何でも言うことを聞く約束だ。食べるよ。
Really? On the way home after parting ways with Snow White, I was lost in thought.
どうかしましたか？
I don't think I should have forced him to do that. Thinking back, there was something unnatural about Snow White's behavior tonight. Sure, he was smiling, but Snow White wasn't the type who smiled a lot. Generally, he only ever smiled when he was talking about his old friend, or maybe when he was a tiny bit embarrassed. Unless you counted that self-deprecating smile I saw the day I met his mother. There's gotta be something more to it. I stopped short. If I turned back now, could I still make it in time? In the end, I caved and accepted her apple pie.
どうしようかな。
I couldn't take it home with me. If mother were to see it, there was no telling what she would say. What would she think if she found out who made it for me? Honestly, I should have dropped it in the lake after she went home. That way I could feed the fish and no one would end up getting hurt. Nestled in the wicker basket, the apple pie looked picture perfect. A strong, sugary fragrance wafted from it.
ちょっとくらいなら。
Once upon a time, I dearly loved apple pie. But now, I cut a slice of pie and held it up to my mouth. It honestly looked delicious. My hand was shaking. I was terrified, knowing what would come next. Actually, I bit into the crispy crust. Oh. The next instant, an intensely bitter flavor overwhelmed my tongue as a putrid smell clogged my nostrils. My body rejected the food, and I spat it out on the spot. Honey. And my stomach emptied its entire contents. Eventually, I couldn't bear to stand, and I collapsed to my hands and knees. Just as I thought, not even her cooking was good enough for my body. I let out a self-deprecating laugh. How pathetic. She went to all that trouble to make it for me, and I couldn't even eat the damn thing. As my vision blurred and I struggled to breathe, I looked down at the ground. I had tarnished her apple pie with my own vomit. I couldn't let her see me like this. If she realized how disgusting I was, my life was over. I needed to hurry home. I pushed myself up with my arms, but then my strength gave up, and I collapsed back to the ground like the weakling I was. Snow White! Turning in the direction of the voice, I saw her running toward me.
なんで
What piss poor timing. She was the last person I wanted to see me like this. When I ran back after Snow White, I discovered him collapsed on the ground, having puked up part of the apple pie. Snow White! Hastily, I ran over and put my hands on his slender shoulders. His porcelain face was now as white as a ghost, and he was barely breathing. Are you okay?
大丈夫だよ。
I took his hand and checked his pulse. Pulse seems normal. Red, I need some water over here.
わかりました。
I took off my riding hood and wrapped it around Snow White to keep him warm.
別にいいよ。
Yes, I do! Cradling his head in my hands, I laid him down onto my lap. This should help. I took out my handkerchief and wiped his mouth.
汚れるよ。
Guess what? That's what they're there for. He didn't say another word after that. Gently, I stroked his hair. His body was very thin compared to the average guy our age. For some reason, this struck me as painfully sad. There was a long, long silence until at last I broke it. Feel better now? He whispered in a tiny voice.
ごめん。君がせっかく作ってくれたのに、ダメにしてしまった。
I don't mind. I can make you another one anytime. If anything, I should apologize to you. I had no clue you weren't feeling well.
君が悪いわけじゃないよ。
Well, it's not yours either.
俺のこと、嫌いにならないの？
Why would I?
こんなみっともないところを見られたし。
Everyone gets sick to their stomach now and then.
そうじゃない。
He denied it firmly.
違うんだ。
Huh?
別に俺は、体調が悪いわけじゃない。
I didn't understand. For some reason, it seemed like he wasn't just saying that to make me feel better. And to be fair, I did notice that he wasn't running a fever. As he lay on his side, it was impossible for me to read his expression. But I could faintly see his long eyelashes, and unless I was seeing things, it looked like they were trembling.
どうして君は俺の心に入ってこようとするの？
Huh?
ずっと手の届かないお姫様でいてくれたらよかったのに。
What's gotten into you all of the sudden?
君が作ったアップルパイ、
Wow.
とても、まずかったよ。
With a smile? Interesting. Huh. The next night, when I arrived at the lake like usual, Snow White was nowhere to be seen. Snow White? The same thing happened again the next night. And the night after that. And the night after that.
Oi, ユリか。
How many years ago when you first met him?
6年くらい前だな。
And he's been asleep all this time.
ああ。あいつは頭のいいやつだった。物事の本質を鋭く見抜く力があった。あいつは全ての真実を知ったんだ。その上で、眠り続けることを選択した。
What? He sounds like a nice guy. I bet I could fall in love with him. You want to help him, big brother? If there was a way to wake him, would you go for it?
おい、ユリか。
Because I want to help him.
ユリか。余計なことはするな。あいつは眠ることで物事を収めた。なのに、わざわざ刺激を与えて、再び問題を起こすことはないだろう。
But it's not the solution. He's just sleeping. It's not going to heal him. I know you know that. Interesting. Fascinating. I'm so locked in. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Tucking my knees up to my chin, I hunched myself into a little ball.
今日は湖に行かないのか？
行かない。
なぜだ？
At this, I hunched down even smaller.
みっともないところを見られた。絶対に嫌われた。
ガキかよ。
I could hear Ryoshi scoffing at me, but I felt no anger. I knew I was acting childish. He was preaching to the choir. Yet, despite my silence, he seemed to see right through me.
あいつは待ってると思うぞ。
どうして？
まあ、お前と同じ理由だろうな。
俺と同じ理由？彼女は俺じゃないのに。
俺じゃないから待ってるんだろ。
He was different. Different from my mother. Different from Ryoshi. That was what drew me to her. A magnetic pull I couldn't resist.
ねえ、両親。彼女は何なんだろう。突然俺の前に現れて、俺の世界を少しずつ変えていった。最初は興味本位だったんだ。だけど、彼女を知れば知るほど、彼女のことがもっと知りたくなった。彼女の言葉で一喜一憂して、気づけば彼女のことを考えてる。彼女は異質だ。これ以上彼女に会えば、俺の世界が壊れてしまう。
Late that night, I pulled my apple pie out of the fridge. Appearance-wise, it looked normal. The crust was baked to a perfect golden brown. As for the inside, well, when I cut a slice, it looked normal too. This time I'd left the skin on the apples, which added a bright pop of color and made the filling more syrupy.
おい、ゆりか、ちょっといいか？
Perfect timing, Cinderella.
は？
Here, try a bite of this. Open wide and say, ah! I scooped up a bite of my finished apple pie and brought it to his lips.
え？あ、あー。
Cutie. He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Okay, now be honest. Is it gross? I waited until he had chewed and swallowed before asking.
普通にうまいけど
See, that's what I thought.
自分で言うなよ
I took a bite out of my own pie. But no matter how many times I tried, the result was always the same. It just tasted like an ordinary apple pie. Maybe the cinnamon's where I went wrong. After all, some people's constitution couldn't handle certain spices. But then I remembered that Snow White's mother had definitely put cinnamon in hers, so I decided that couldn't be it.
アップルパイがどうした
His voice was a shade more gentle than usual. Someone told me my apple pie is gross.
ああ、そりゃあ、あれだ。砂糖と塩を間違えたとかじゃねえの
No, I definitely didn't. I tasted it myself. After all, it was a gift for a friend. Obviously, I was going to taste test it first.
じゃあ、アップルパイが好きじゃなかったんじゃねえの
No way, I was told it was their favorite. Obviously, no two pies are ever exactly alike, but that apple pie you made was disgusting. I never thought he'd be so harsh. But honestly, if that was my only problem, then I would have gotten over it by now. My real problem was that he had stopped coming to the lake. He hates your apple pie so much he left, girl. I'm sorry. Maybe he hates me now.
それって、例の王子のことだよな。
Yeah.
まあ、あれだ。
Yeah, I guess.
男に振られたからって、あんま気にすんじゃねえよ
Cinderella, you're so mean. Bully. He cheerfully clapped me on the back. He doesn't like me back? To me, this was the worst case scenario. Tears sprang to my eyes, bruh. You just made your sister cry. Congrats. The next instant, Kaguya and Red Riding Hood raced into the room. Apparently, they had been listening just outside the door.
ああ、シンデレラ兄さん、そんなはっきり言ったらあかんって。
そうですよ。夜な夜な彼の気まぐれに付き合った挙句、振られただなんて。
Yikes. Do you guys also think the same?
赤ずきん兄さん。
ね、
The masses. I love
す
my
みませ
men.
ん。
But it was too late. My vision had gone blurry.
ひいさん、男はお星さんの数ほどおるんやし気にしとったらあかんで。次や次。
But I don't want fish. I want Snow White.
そうですよ。あなたは彼に遊ばれただけなんです。気を落とさないでください。
He was toying with me?
今は辛いかもしれないけど、すべては時間が解決してくれる。お前を振った男のことなんて、さっさと忘れちまえ。
As it turned out, Cinderella was probably the most sensible person in the whole family. But they were all assuming that Snow White had rejected me. I guess that's how it looks to everyone else. Having lost the strength to stand, I slumped to my knees.
ああ、ひいさん、大丈夫か？
He hates me. I couldn't possibly recover. He wanted nothing to do with me, and there was no coming back from that.
せやな。
Kaguya? Then Kaguya delivered the final blow, and I toppled over onto the floor.
ひいさんひいさん
You're such a jerk, Kaguya. How can you pretend to be worried about me after what you just said? What kind of sadist are you? And quit shaking me by the shoulders. You're gonna make my head fall off.
グレーテル君、僕の真似せんといてくれるかな
I see! You fucked right off! Ooh.
せやな。
Oh, that's true. It's a different voice actor.
すみません、つい。
I was strict. Where did you come from? The next thing I knew, Gretel was smiling down at me from above. Gretel?
たく、何やってるんですか
Scowling, he drew near.
はぁ、そんな顔しないでくださいよ。しょうがないな。これでも食べて元気出してください。
As he spoke, he pushed a piece of cookie into my mouth. Is it good?
そりゃそうですよ。こんな美味しいもんをまずいとか抜かしたら、僕なら味覚障害を疑いますね。
味覚障害
味覚の感度が低下したり
What?
消失したりする状態を言うそうですよ。
Interesting.
つまり食べたものの味が変わってしまうということです。
I didn't know that's a thing.
味覚障害と一口に言ってもいろいろと症状の違いがあって、特定の味がわからなかったり、何を食べても薄く感じたり、全ての味を嫌な味に感じるなど、人によって様々ですけどね。
That sounds horrible. Eating is like one of the only things I like. Like, if I can't eat anymore, I would be so sad. His words reverberated in my mind. And I thought back to Snow White's reaction to my apple pie.
何か思い当たることでもあるん
He puked up my apple pie.
うげ。
And he never ate any of my other food.
つまり、実は味覚障害で、本当は美味しいはずのアップルパイがまずく感じたと？
他にも拒食症ちゅう可能性もあるで。
ああ、それって女が太りたくなくて食べた後にわざと吐いたりするやつだよな。
そうそう。
彼は男でかなりの細身ですよ。
Guys can have eating disorders.
少ないですが、男でもいるそうです。それに拒食症はどんなに痩せていても、自分には太って見えるそうですよ。
そうなんですか。女性は少しくらいふくよかな方が健康的でいいと思うのですが。
好感度上げですか赤ずきん兄さん。
好感度？私が男らしいということでしょうか。
Romance points? Aw, I love him. He's so stupid.
なんか字面がおかしい気がするぞ。
くそまずいアップルパイといえば、姉さんがこの間もらってきたアップルパイを思い出しますね。
Yeah.
なんだそれ。
姉さんがお土産にもらってきたアップルパイが食えたもんじゃなかったって話ですよ。
じゃあ、
Oh.
そいつも味覚音痴だったんじゃねえの？
それか、可愛いひいさんへの嫌がらせっちゅう可能性もあるかもしれへんね。
うわ、お前考え方が卑屈だな。
さすがかぐや兄さん。相変わらずのネクラかつ歪みっぷりですね。
Yeah.
こうやって僕への嫌がらせが積もり積もって僕を卑屈でネクラにさせていくことに気づいて
それで味覚障害なんですか？
I don't know.
っていうか、振られたわけじゃなかったんだな。
In front of Gretel? Well, he didn't say so point blank.
なんかよくわかんねえけど、振られたわけじゃないんなら白王子に直接会ってくればいいんじゃねえの？
this? I gasped.
なんだよ、その顔。
Yeah, yeah, and Gretel's right there, bro. It's like a veil has been lifted. No, seriously. Why didn't I ever think to go to his house? I've been thinking that since earlier. I knew where he lived, and I was on friendly terms with his mother. If he wasn't going to come see me, I could simply take matters into my own hands. Then I could ask him flat out whether he was interested in me or not. But what about the cafe?
ま、お前は一応うちの看板娘だからな。お前が笑ってねえと、売り上げにも関わるんだよ。
Huh? You're the best, big brother! I gave Cinderella a big hug.
今は、閑古鳥が鳴いてますけどね。
うるせえよ。
I traveled through the dim forest along the edge of the lake until I arrived at an elegant mansion that looked utterly out of place. This was the house where Snow White lived. If I hadn't met Snow White's mother entirely by chance, I wouldn't be standing here right now. But the question remained, would Snow White agree to speak with me? I took a deep breath and then... Hello? I knocked on the door. After a moment, I heard sounds coming from the inside.
はーい。どなた？
It's me again, Yurika Arisu, the girl you...
アリスちゃん？
The door suddenly whipped open.
遊びに来てくれたのね。どうもありがとう。
Whoa! As soon as she laid eyes on me, Mother pulled me into a hug. Well, at least she's happy to see me.
ごめんなさい。アリスちゃんが来てくれたのが嬉しくって、つい。
It's okay.
さあ、遠慮しないで。どうぞ上がって。
Without further ado, she invited me into her house, almost like I was an old friend. This was no time for me to get cold feet. Thank you. I took my shoes off and walked right in. She led me down the entrance hall to the spacious living room.
そこで待っててちょうだい。今お茶を。
Actually, I cut in abruptly. As she tilted her head at me in confusion, I pulled a dessert box from my bag. Smiling, I held it out to her. This is to thank you for the other day. I hope you like it. I had bought it from a fancy bakery Gretel recommended to me. Ideally, I would have liked to make her something myself, but after Snow White torpedoed my self-confidence, I didn't want to risk it.
気にしないでよかったのに。あら、ここのお店のお菓子、美味しいのよね。私大好きよ。ありがとう。
And thank you, Gretel. I'm glad you like it. I replied modestly to hide my inner glee.
じゃあ、後で一緒にいただきましょう。ちょっと待っててね。
Need any help with anything?
大丈夫。座ってゆっくりしてて。
Hearing my gift, she disappeared into the kitchen. Phew! Once she was gone, I let out the breath I was holding. Only a few minutes had passed since I arrived, yet I was already exhausted. This woman seemed to have hidden depths to her, but personally, I liked her quite a bit. I appreciated her frank, straightforward attitude. But at the same time, she was the mother of my crush. So obviously, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only that, but said crush was currently ghosting me, and probably on purpose too. As I waited for Mother to return, I continually scanned the room. On the south side of the living room was a cozy little sunroom, and to the north was the dining area. If I had to guess, the kitchen was in the next room over. Everything about it screamed, rich people house! Come to think of it, despite the size of this mansion, I had yet to encounter anyone outside of Snow White and his mother.
お待たせ。
Oh no, don't be! When Mother returned, I straightened my posture and donned a polite smile. I had a lot on my mind at the moment, but for now, the most pressing issue was Snow White himself. I needed to find the right timing to bring him up so I could go see him. Tayo.
そうだ。この間のアップルパイはどうだった？
Just then, she changed the subject. Oh, it was great! I answered with a smile.
そう？よかったわ。またいつでも作るから、ぜひ食べていってね。
Will do. Thanks. Judging from her behavior, she really didn't seem to have pulled a prank on purpose. Was it just an accident? As I sipped my tea, I observed her carefully. She cheerfully munched on one of the sandwich cookies I had brought from the bakery. How is it?
とっても美味しいわ。
She didn't appear to be lying. In other words, her taste buds were clearly functional. After another sip of tea, I took a breath and... About Snow White.
あ、そうそう。
Once again, Mother interrupted. What is it?
私ね、アリスちゃんのためにお洋服を用意したの。
What? That was so weird. That's so weird. My facade slipped. And as for what happened after that, well... How do I look? Mother led me to her bedroom, where she made me try on clothes for more than an hour. Currently, I was wearing a strapless mini dress and a flower crown. The skirt was poofy and layered, almost like a tutu. Cute.
かわいい。妖精さんみたい。
Meanwhile, Mother was over the moon. Mother?
じゃあ、次はこれね。
With a big smile, she handed me another frilly dress. Okay. Defeated, I nodded meekly. Not that I didn't appreciate her calling me cute, but when she said it over and over, it started to lose all meaning. As I changed into the next outfit, I glanced around. Green curtains hung against the ebony window frame. Sunlight streamed in through the glass, illuminating the room. The interior featured a four-poster bed and a plain wooden table. A large mirror hung on the bright white wall. The room was luxuriously furnished, not to a tacky extent, but elegant and carefully balanced. Mother rifled through the closet, looking for my next outfit. How many more was she planning to subject me to? The bed was covered in my previous outfit. Beauty frills and ribbons, pretty flower corsages, delicate lace, sparkly beads and jewelry. It was everything a girl could ever dream of. How do I look? Once I had finished changing, I called out to Mother, who glanced back with a smile.
かわいい。けど、何か足りない気がするのよね。
This time, her reaction was slightly different. She walked up to me and looked me up and down.
そうだわ。
Then she walked to the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small box. Inside was a hair ornament in the shape of a butterfly. She took it out and affixed it to my head.
やっぱり、髪型も合わせるべきよね。
She really wants a daughter. Yes, please. I nodded and sat down in the chair. As I straightened my posture, Mother walked up behind me. Having fun, are we? I kept my tone bright so it wouldn't sound sarcastic.
楽しいわ。
Slowly, she began to brush my hair.
ごめんなさいね。私のわがままに付き合わせちゃって。
Oh, it's no problem. I'm having fun trying on all these different outfits.
本当？しつこいおばさんだって迷惑だって思ってない？
No old ladies detected.
ありがとう。あなたの髪、とってもふわふわしてるのね。
Tell me about it. It's so thick and hard to manage.
あら、女の子は少しぐらいボリュームがある方がいいのよ。いろいろな髪型ができるじゃない。サイドアップにハーフアップ、フィッシュボーンに三つ編みにツインテール、ポニーテールにお団子。 やっぱり女の子は華やかでいいわね。特にあなたはとっても華やか。
Considering this is based off the fairy tale Snow White, I don't like that she said that to the MC.
ふわふわで明るい色の髪、宝石みたいなキラキラとした瞳。絵本の中のお姫様がそのまま飛び出してきたみたい。
Actually, I think I'm gonna go to the toilet again. So be right back. Never mind, someone's in the bathroom. I'm gonna continue then until they're out. Aw, thank you. This warmed my heart. Truth be told, she was every bit as strange as her son. Truth be told, she was every bit as strange as her son, but I still really liked her.
私ね、小さな頃からずっと憧れてたの。私の実家は旅館を経営しててね、昔からあまり好きなことをさせてもらえなかった。伝統的な家だったの。厳しい両親でね。同い年の子がおままごと遊びやお人形さんで遊んでても、私はお稽古ばかりだった。そんな中、唯一許された娯楽が本を読むことだった。上層教育の一環というのかしらね。小さな私は夢中になって本を読んだわ。そしてあるものに心を奪われた。なんだと思う？
Fairy tales?
そう。特に好きだったのはお姫様の物語だった。物語の中で女の子たちは様々な困難に遭いながら波乱万丈の人生を送っていた。彼女たちは私に夢を見ることを教えてくれた。
Bruh. Hi, Bomberfish! Welcome! Hey, hi!
それまで灰色の世界しか知らなかった女の子にキラキラとした世界があるんだって教えてくれたの。
That's wonderful!
そうでしょ？そして女の子は夢見るようになった。いつか素敵な王子様がかわいそうな私を迎えに来てくれますようにって。時は流れ、大人になった私の前に現れたのが彼だった。輝く髪にキラキラと光る瞳。と、私は彼のために全てを捨てたわ。家族も友人もしがらみも。でも彼は代わりに私に夢を与えてくれた。憧れだったダンスパーティー、綺麗なドレスにお城のような大きな家。私は幸せだった。何もかもがうまくいっていると信じて疑わなかった。でもそれはただの夢物語だった。
Damn, that is one hell of a daring decision, Mother. Mother is low-key insane. I am kind of scared of her.
私は結局お姫様にはなれなかった。ごめんなさいね、こんな話をして。
No, no.
よし、できた。どう？
She handed me a mirror. There I saw she had tied my hair up in an elegant braids. Paired with the butterfly hair ornament, it was a very girly style. I'm so cute! Normally I wouldn't brag about myself like this, but she really left me no choice.
でしょ？
She giggled, delighted. I giggled too.
よーし、ガーリーな次はイノセントな感じで言っちゃおっか。
That sounds great. Let's do it. Bring it on. At this point, my only option was to stick it out until Mother got tired. But first, Come to think of it, what's your son up to today? I hit her with an impromptu question, no lead up whatsoever.
白雪？ああ、あの子なら部屋にいるわ。あなたが来るから呼びに行ったのだけれど、出てこなくて。恥ずかしがってるのかも。
Gotcha. Clearly he was in fact avoiding me.
あの子に何か用？
For a moment I debated telling her the truth. Do not! She scares me. No, that's okay. Then I decided against that. If he didn't want to see me, then there was no point in trying to force it. For now, anyway. After that, I tried on 5 or 6 more dresses before we finally decided to call it a night.
気に入ったお洋服はみんな持って行っていいのよ。
That's crazy. No, I couldn't possibly. I shook my head vigorously. I always thought Cinderella was the only person crazy enough to give such lavish gifts, well outside of an oil baron or something, but evidently I was wrong.
そんな遠慮しなくてもいいのに。
Yes, that's a good conclusion. Was it? Disappointed, she frowned. I swear it's like rich people live on a different planet.
じゃあ、その髪飾りなんてどう？
Oh, right. It wasn't until she pointed it out that I realized I was still wearing it, even after I had changed back into normal clothes. After all, I had left my hair as is. Would that be okay with you?
もちろんよ。その髪飾りもアリスちゃんみたいな可愛い子に使ってもらって喜んでるわ。私にはもう似合わないから。
Interesting. Phew. In the end, I never got the chance to speak with Snow White. Instead, I enjoyed a night of dressed up with his mother. The end! Eh? Out of nowhere, Oh my fucking god, I just realized. Oh, in the original Snow White stories, like the non-Disney ones, actually, the hairpin, the witch came to Snow White's house 3 times. The last time is the apple. The second time, she gave Snow White a hairpin, but it was coated with poison. So Snow White, like, passed out. It was either coated with poison or it was on too tight. Oh, no. Okay. First one, the witch had a scarf, but she tied it on Snow White too tightly. And so Snow White passed out. But then the dwarves came and cut the scarves loose. And then the second time, she used the comb. And I guess it had poison coated on it. I don't remember. I haven't read it in a while. Snow White wasn't really my favorite, so I only read it once. Had the comb and it was put onto her hair, but I guess it had poison. So she passed out. And the third time was the apple. So this might be it. This reminds me of that. Out of nowhere, my head started to ache. I pressed a hand to my temple. Maybe it's all the stress. I'm home.
おかえり、ひいさん。どうやった？白雪王子には会えた？
As soon as I arrived at the cafe, I suddenly collapsed on the spot.
大丈夫か？
I'm okay, thanks. When I looked up, I saw Kaguya's expression freeze. What's wrong?
ひいさん？いいか？じっとしときや。
His face was as white as sheet. What is it? Kaguya hardly ever lost his composure, so this was highly unusual. He stared at me intently, his trademark smile nowhere to be seen. And then, the next instant... I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye and bit back a scream. A giant moth was crawling around on my head. Yup, the mom scares the shit out of me. I knew it. I called it.
トロ！ひいさんから離れろ！
I took this as my cue to squeeze my eyes shut. Few moments later,
もう大丈夫。
Kaguya reassured me gently. Slowly, I opened my eyes to find Kaguya looking back at me with a pained smile on his face. What happened to the moth?
捕まえて外に逃がしてきた。
Oh, Kaguya. Unable to bear it, I threw my arms around him.
よしよし。怖かったやろ。もう大丈夫やで。
I love Kaguya. He's such a good boy. Anyways, time for the toilet. Be right back. Women on women violence? Bruh. Well, it is the Snow White story, and in Snow White, the mother of Snow White is like an evil queen, so I see it. And there's also parallels of Snow White's mom seemingly being also Red Riding Hood's mom, who was the one who basically kicked him out and was like super mean to him. I don't know if you were here for the Red Riding Hood stream. I don't think you were, Bomberfish. But yeah, there's like a lot of parallels between the two stories. So she is secretly evil. I've been clocking that since the beginning. I am back. He wrapped his arms around me in a tight hug. I could tell he was scared too, but he still chose to protect me. Aw, Kaguya! Why on earth was there a moth on my head? Just then, I realized. I hastily reached up and touched my hair.
ん？どないしたん？
It's gone. The hair ornament had vanished into thin air. Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Well, I mean, I like Mother. She seems like she's got a lot of interesting background story. I like Mother as a character, but I am terrified of her. I big baby. I do not like scary things. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was a mountain of fanciful dresses.
どうしたの？このドレス。
I called out to my mother, but she had her back turned, and she didn't respond. I had a bad feeling about this.
彼女が来たの？
My second question, my mother spun around and smiled, with a smile.
そうよ。
When I saw her head on, I was stunned. Oh shit, did she take, like, Yurika's vitality or something? Oh shit. Rapunzel? Mother Gothel, is that you? Her silver hair had turned raven black. Skin as white as snow, red rosy cheeks, ebony hair. She was my own mother, yet she looked nothing like me.
なんで？
I would ask her that. Didn't I know this would happen? After all... What? I'm confused. Head out. What? The more time I spent with her, the more she would unlock my repressed memories until eventually we traded places.
ふわふわの髪、
What does that mean?
キラキラとした宝石のような瞳。かわいいかわいいお人形さん。彼女こそが本当のお姫様。
My mother spoke, entranced. Her soft, gentle voice never wavered. She was not fully restored to her former beauty.
また来てくれないかしら。あの子にはもっともっと綺麗な服を着てもらいたいし、美味しいものも食べさせてあげたい。なのに、なんであなたがここにいるのかしら。
She looked at me coldly as her words pierced me like so many tiny icicles. Almost 8 years since AA6? Why did I have a sub goal suddenly? Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess it's just my Twitch is tweaking out. I'm confused. Okay, we seem to be good. She absolutely steals something from us. I feel like she drained our vitality or something, surely.
母様。
母様って呼ぶんじゃない。
What the fuck is going on? Her scream made me flinch. Oh, by the way, I love the mom's voice acting. It's so good. Hey, wait. I think I got a new subscriber, but where? Who? Why is my Twitch being dumb? I think I got a new subscriber on Twitch, but it's not loading the notification. The kind woman who loved me was no more.
私はあなたの母親じゃん。
Abruptly, she clutched her head.
どうしたの？
頭が痛い。
As she spoke, she crumpled to the floor. I ran over and pulled her into a hug.
母様！母様！ごめんなさい！
You didn't do anything! Don't apologize!
お願い！変わらないで！
What the fuck is going on? Snow White's mother had given me 2 things, an apple pie and a hair ornament. Both of these things looked perfectly ordinary at first glance, yet transformed into something malicious. Truth be told, something felt very, very wrong. And frankly, I didn't know what to believe. Sure, maybe the apple pie was an unfortunate mistake, or a mean prank, but how could I possibly explain the ornament? I wasn't in the habit of putting moths on my head, and normally you'd think I would have noticed a moth that size a lot sooner. I would have cried, bro, just straight up sobbing. Keyword normally. But I didn't notice it at all until I came home and Kaguya pointed it out. Almost like it had been transfigured. Surely such a thing would be impossible, unless it was magic or something. Magic, miracles, superpowers, fairy tales. It all seems so absurd. And I have plenty of other questions too. I thought of Snow White. Then I thought of his mother. For better or for worse, both of them had seemed to have taken an interest in me for whatever reason. And this recent string of events only started after I met Snow White. Could someone have lured me into a trap while I was none the wiser?
アリス。
A familiar wispy voice called my name, and I whirled around. Snow White stood behind me, his expression one of annoyance. Snow White, you came! Thank you so much!
別に、来たくて来たわけじゃない。
He averted his hard gaze, as if to suggest he wanted nothing more than to get away from me. That's rude!
なんで、ここにいるの？
He looked sincerely puzzled. But to me, that question made even less sense. Oh lord, I guess we are going to go meet Mother again. I feel so. Because, again, in the original story, you meet the witch 3 times. So it would make sense that we do it 3 times as well in this one. What do you mean? Obviously, I'm here to see you.
会いたいって。どうして俺は、君を傷つけたのに。
For a moment, I didn't realize what he was saying, but then it hit me. So you thought we weren't friends anymore? At last I understood. I had wondered what made him stop visiting the lake. And I had figured he didn't want to be around me anymore. After all, his last words to me were painfully harsh.
君が作ったアップルパイ。
With a smile.
とても、まずかったよ。
Thanks. But I was mistaken. He stopped coming to the lake not because he hated me, but because he was afraid I hated him. Shit, I guess I just like villainous characters after all. You just like mean girls. I see how it is. The mom is gorgeous, but she terrifies me. I'm not good with yanderes. Did you want me to hate you? He didn't answer. I looked at him and giggled. Sorry, but it'll take more than that to drive me away. So if you want to hurt me, you'll have to try harder. Mere words aren't enough. If you really want to hurt me, you'll have to do something worse.
君は、嫌われてもいいの？
Are you kidding? I'd be devastated if you hated me. But if it meant I could heal you, then so be it. She has a savior complex. That's crazy. I'm stubborn like that.
知ってる。あれから、ずっと待っててくれたの。
Of course. Achoo!
寒いの？
You think? Well, duh, silly. Hard not to get cold after sitting outside for hours in the wintertime. That said, no one was forcing me to do it, so I couldn't really complain. Just then, he took my hand. Huh?
手が
Oh, that's so
冷たい。
cute! Wait, that's so cute! He's so pretty. He cupped my hand in his and exhaled against it. It was so sudden, I could scarcely process it. What was he doing? I was in full-on serious mode at the time, but this threw everything out of the window.
これで、少しは暖かくなった。
Do you feel warmer now? Why give me a prompt for this? Yes? Thank you. I replied in a tiny voice and nodded.
じゃあ、
Oi!
もういいよね。
What? You monster!
何？
Nothing? I didn't dare admit I wanted more, so I awkwardly averted my gaze. The next moment,
わかった。
he started exhaling on my fingers again. Is it just me or this looks kind of suspicious? Like, I don't know, like it gives me Pornhub vibes. Just a little bit.
はぁ。はぁ。
All at once, my body burned hot. Snow White was holding my hand. He had to know this, and yet he wasn't letting go.
もう、来ない方がいい。
You mean at the lake or?
ここにも、俺の家にも。
I agree on the house. I am scared of your mom. Can I ask why?
君もわかってるだろう。俺と関わると、
Yeah.
ろくな目に遭わない。
The way he spoke seemed to suggest he knew what had happened today. Was this a warning? Was this why he was trying so hard to avoid me? If so, then he was truly a kind person. I don't think that's true at all. Getting to know you has made me the happiest girl in the world.
幸せ。
Yeah. Tell me, Snow White, why did you come to the lake?
そんなのもちろん。
Yeah? Because you wanted to meet me here?
君って本当に自分の都合のいいように考えるよね。
I call it being optimistic. You came here because you knew I'd be here, didn't you?
そうだよ。俺は
Aww,
君にずっと会いたいと思っていた。
beauty. Well, I'm right here.
知ってる。
He let go of my hand and took a step back. Where are you going?
帰る。
Already? And with that, he turned on his heel and strode away. But after a few steps, he stopped short.
君はこの世界に違和感を覚えてる？
I think so. Speaking about mother, I don't think you can call her yandere. She's more like a professional two-faced woman. Okay, she's just scary, okay? I think we can all agree that she's a little scary. That's just what I meant. What? My heart nearly stopped. It felt like he had read my mind. After all, I was struggling to process my current condition.
君が進む道に迷ってるなら俺がヒントをあげようか。それはとても理不尽なもの。
Thanks! I didn't know it didn't make sense. That's a surprise.
誰にでも持てるもの。だけど手に入れれば一瞬で消えてしまう。
Taisho, sorry, I'm so bad with riddles. I have no clue.
誰にでも見えるもの。だけど目を開ければ跡形もなくなくなってしまう。
Dream? I don't know.
君ならわかるだろう。アリス。
I don't know anything about riddles. Brain smooth. That night, I lay in bed thinking about the riddle. Something anyone may possess, but the moment you obtain it, it ceases to exist. Anyone can have one, but when you open your eyes, it will vanish without a trace. What significance did this riddle hold? It wouldn't be hard to solve it, but it felt like there was more to it than just that. I decided to go over all the facts one more time. Number 1. Snow White presented me with a riddle. Number 2. Snow White lives in a mansion in the woods. Number 3. Snow White puked up the apple pie I made for him. Number 4. Snow White hates his appearance and really hates being treated like a girl. It's probably Dream? That's what I'm thinking too, but surely it's not that easy. Bonjour, Bere. Bonjour, Uni. How? Thank you for coming. The route is so interesting. I haven't been traumatized once so far, which is amazing. Number 5. Snow White doesn't want his mother to know about our friendship. Number 6. Snow White had a close male friend at one point in the past. Next, the facts about his mother. Number 1. Both gifts from mother turned malicious when I brought them home. Number 2. Mother has always wanted to be a princess. Number 3. Mother likes me. When I listed it all out, it started to feel like Snow White's self-hatred and Mother's princess aspirations were connected somehow. Aspirations? Yeah. Wow, I know! No trauma in Taisho x Alex? That's crazy. But I still didn't fully understand their relationship. Were they on good terms, or...? It's no use. I can't figure it out. I clutched my head in frustration. I needed more hands. It felt like I was playing a crossword puzzle or something. Crossword, wordplay. Now that I thought about it, Snow White's riddles were a form of wordplay too. A riddle is a quiz in which clever wordplay is generally the answer. And if it was a quiz, then surely there had to be a correct answer. All I knew for sure, however, was that I would need to keep in contact with both Snow White and his mother if I wanted to make any progress. But it wouldn't be enough to simply meet with them. I would need to take action somehow. I rolled over onto my side, and my gaze wandered to the bookshelf. Books. Come to think of it, both Snow White and his mother loved to read. Standing at the bookshelf, I murmured to myself. It was at the bookstore. Number 7, Snow White refuses to cross-dress as his mother asks. I feel like that's actually a thing though. Like, I feel like his mom had made him cross-dress. Either that or his mom hated Snow White because Snow White looks more like a prince or a princess compared to her. Because that's how Snow White goes. But I don't know. Since the cafe was as good as dead anyway, I decided to spend my time picking out a gift for Snow White. Of course, compared to the city bookstore, the pickings were slim, but even then there were still hundreds or even thousands of unseen worlds sleeping here. Now then, which would he like the most? What sort of book would Snow White like the most? Literary book? What is a literary book? Are not all books literary? Children's book. I walked to the children's section and pulled the book from the shelf. After I had paid for my purchase, I left the store. On my way home, it occurred to me that there weren't many people on the streets today. Granted, during the winter, even a countryside tourist trap would see fewer visitors. But did that explain why so many of these stores had closed down for good? Just then, I bumped into the last person I expected to see.
あら、
Oh my
ア
god.
リスちゃん。
Still hot, I see. Mother? The moment I laid eyes on her, my jaw dropped. Skin as white as snow, red rosy cheeks, ebony hair. Yeah, either that or she's probably trying to replace her son with us. I found all of her compliments very suspicious, almost like obsession. I agree, but I don't agree in the first part because she suddenly was like, oh no, don't touch me, I don't have a son like you know? So I think she has a resentment for Snow White. But I just don't understand why. Her pensive eyes and soft voice were still the same as always, but the rest of her was ever so slightly different.
偶然ね。お買い物？
Yeah, what about you? I decided to act natural and not comment on the hair.
そうなの。どうしたの？私の顔に何かついてるかしら？
Ah, mother, what a delight to see her beautiful face again. Simp! She is very gorgeous though, like I too would like her very much to step on me. Actually no, because I feel like she'll squish me. I do not trust her to step on me properly. No, I was just admiring how pretty you are. I replied, completely serious. Honestly speaking, she looked a lot better with dark hair instead of silver. Almost like this was her natural state. Oh my god, so
やだ
close.
もうアリスちゃんったら
She clapped me on the back.
そうだ
No,
よかったら今からうちに遊びに来ない
no. To your house? As much as I wanted to, I was still technically on the clock. Sorry, but I'm working at the cafe today.
そう残念
Yes, I see. Adopt us. No. If she puts moths in my hair, I will cry. No, I don't want to be adopted. You go adopted by yourself. Don't bring us into this. Adopt me. You can write adopt me, but not adopt us. I do not want a part of this. Disappointed, she frowned, but she quickly picked herself back up again.
そのお着物は喫茶店の制服
Yeah,
かわいい
thank you.
コスプレみたいね。
Cosplay becomes a Halloween costume? Interesting. Somehow she knew exactly what to say to destroy my self-esteem. Why?
若いっていいわよね。その格好じゃ寒いでしょう。
Why cosplay? Why would cosplay destroy her self-esteem? I don't get it. Well, I don't have far to walk, so... Then an idea occurred to me. Say, do you have plans today?
そうね。特に用事はないけど。
Would you want to come and see the cafe?
アリスちゃんのお店に？
Yeah, I'd like to treat you a little something as thanks for the gift.
お邪魔じゃないかしら。
Nah, it's fine.
なら、喜んで。
She agreed with a sunny smile. Battle Tactics 101. Fight the enemy on your home turf. God, at least she's not too dumb. And so I led Mother all the way back home with me.
ここがアリスちゃんのお店なのね。素敵なお店。
I'm a little uncomfortable showing her where I live, though. Thanks, come on in. I opened the door and gestured for her to step inside.
ありがとう。
I love her voice. So good. But when I followed her inside, I quickly noticed something strange. What the? No one else was inside. So like Mother just want to feel like a girly girl again, bruh. Yes, but she doesn't have to torment me. Like we can be like just dye your hair. Like all she did when she put the moth in our hair, all it does is like make her hair black. Just go dye your hair. It's not that hard. I can dye it for her. No one else was inside. No customers, and none of my brothers either. That's scary. Guys? I even checked the kitchen, but sure enough, no one was there.
アリスちゃん？
Yes? Sudden voice behind me made me yelp. We are so cooked. I am so scared.
どうかしたの？
I didn't know this was a horror game. Oh, it's just I can't find my brothers.
兄。
She pressed a hand to her cheek and tilted her head in confusion.
やだわ。あなたは一人っ子でしょ？
Stop gaslighting me! What the fuck? What?
そんなことよりも、私はどうしたらいいのかしら？
How about over here? I directed her to a table by the window and offered her a menu. Here's our menu, ma'am.
全部美味しそう。ちなみに店員さん、あなたのおすすめは？
Well, let's see. There's the... Oh, I just made an apple crumble the other day and it was so good. Honestly, I don't care for apples. I just wanted to eat the crumble. It was so good. Apple crumble or the caramel apple tart. Holy shit, this woman is dangerous, but also I love her. I see. Your type is scary. I see. I do not care for your type, but I am happy for you.
リンゴ尽くしなのね。
Well, we've got a whole bunch in stock at the moment. Oh, and I just made an apple pie this morning.
そうなの？あ、じゃあ、アップルパイを一つくださいな。
Thank you. And what would you like to drink? So it's apple. It is apple.
そうね。あなたの入れたカモミールティーが飲みたいわ。
I'm just thinking of when she'll like choke me with that headscarf because I swear if she does. Coming right up. The last gift, isn't it? The last gift was a comb that turned into a moth. But the first gift was an apple pie that rotted on the inside. With Mother's order in hand, I headed into the kitchen and got to work. Not that there was much work to be involved, since I was basically just dishing up the existing product. A few minutes later. Sorry for the wait, here's your apple pie and chamomile tea.
とっても美味しそう。アリスちゃんは料理も得意なのね。
She lifted the teacup and took a dainty sip.
美味しい。
you. I was relieved to hear that she liked it.
そんなに緊張しなくてもいいじゃない。
I am scared. I am very, very scared. Guilty as charged, I laughed awkwardly. Frankly, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only was she the mother of my crush, but she was testing me. And I was testing her.
さあ、お次はアップルパイね。
She picked up her knife and fork and deftly cut a bite-sized piece from the slice and popped it into her mouth. Why are we just doing things like we didn't just lost all of our brothers? I guess we thought they're like outside or something. I don't know. I would make up some shit about like, oh no, my brothers aren't here. Sorry, I can't run the cafe without them. So I think you have to go. That's what I would have done, honestly. How is it?
おいしい。
She blinked in surprise.
なんだか私のアップルパイと少し似てるのね。
I was trying to copy yours, to be honest, but I couldn't replicate it.
そうならそうと言ってくれれば、作り方くらいいくらでも教えたのに。ああ、でもアリスちゃんが作ったアップルパイもとっても美味しいわよ。
Thank you.
でも、そうね。私の味に近づけるんだとしたら、リンゴにレモンとグラニュー糖とブラウンシュガーを混ぜたものを絡ませてみたらどうかしら。
Lemon and brown sugar. I was already using regular sugar, but I hadn't considered the other two. I used some maple syrup in my apple crumble the other day. Bro, it was so syrupy. It was so good. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to give that a try.
お役に立ててよかったわ。幸せ。
She gleefully devoured the apple pie.
こんな風に自分の娘と一緒にお茶したかったのよね。そうだ。今度一緒にアップルパイを作りましょうよ。
No.
一緒にお菓子作りなんて女の子らしくて素敵。どう？アリスちゃん。
Scared. From the way she spoke, it felt like she approved of me marrying her son. Normally I would be overjoyed, and yet everything felt off right now. Her statement included. Yeah, that sounds fun.
約束よ。
She offered up her pinky. I reached out and curled mine around hers. She was a kind, sweet, innocent woman. And she spoiled me like I was her own daughter. I couldn't imagine her affection was all an act. What's wrong? Out of nowhere, she grimaced and pressed a hand to her temple.
ちょっと頭が。
Are you okay? Want to lie down for a while? I peered at her face. Her complexion was pallid and her lips were turning blue.
大丈夫。すぐ良くなるから。
She forced a smile. But then she looked up, as if she hadn't noticed my concern at all.
あら、もうこんな時間。
She murmured quietly.
ごめんなさい。そろそろ帰らないと。仕事があるから。
She rose to her feet and started packing her things. You have a job? You look jobless. You have a job? I looked at her dubiously. Considering the mansion she lived in, I didn't get the impression that she worked outside of the home. Besides, when I asked her if she had any plans today, she said no. Or did she only just remember she was scheduled for work?
ええ。
She staggered to the door. Wait, I can help you. On reflex, I reached out and grabbed her by the arm. She looks back at me with a soft smile. She's gorgeous.
ありがとう。優しいのね。
Then the smile faded from her face, and she stared at me intently. She's so pretty! Why is she so pretty? This is insane. What?
あのね。変なお願いかもしれないんだけど。いってらっしゃいって 言ってもらえるかしら。
Okay, you might be right, Bomberfish. She might be trying to replace Snow White with us. You might be right.
アリスちゃんに言われると、なんだか頑張れる気がするの。
How could I possibly say no to that? Beaming, I nodded. Sure thing. Come home safe, mother.
行ってきます、アリス。
How terrifying. I prefer my original mom, thank you. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Yeah, it's kind of clear as that. Yeah, it's kind of scary. I'm freaking out a little bit. That is Yurika's house. This is the foyer to Yurika's house in Cinderella's route.
お帰りなさい、母様。
So that's why the place felt so familiar. I've been thinking like, oh, the living room looks familiar. The bedroom especially looked familiar. I just realized that's Yurika's house in Cinderella's route. And for the bedroom and the living room, it was in Red Riding Hood's route. I've been ruminating about this, like, did I see this recently, or did the art style just look alike with Steam Prison? That's what I've been thinking this whole time. But this is Yurika's house. Huh. At my voice, Mother slowly turned to look at me.
あ
Oh my
あ、ま
god.
だいたの。
So mean. Her voice and her eyes were as cold as ice. I froze, speechless. Her complexion was pale, and in place of wrinkles, there were dark circles under her eyes.
ねえ、お願いだから、この家から出て行って。
So mean.
どうして？
Mirror, mirror on the wall.
どうしてって。私の言っていることわかるでしょ？あなたはいらない子なの。必要がないの。
That is one hell of a move to insert yourself into someone's house and take the girl inside as your own daughter. Crazy. Well, but in this route, the thing is, in this route, everything is like all changed up, because all the previous love interests are now our brothers. And then there was that bit earlier about Ryoshi talking about Snow White, and that Snow White is apparently asleep right now. So it might not be like a simulation matrix, but we're in his dream? But then if we're in his dream, why is his mom crazy? You know? And why the fuck is he squatting in my house? I'm so confused. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear.
でも、ここは俺の家だ。
違う！この家があなたの家であるわけないでしょ。この家にはこれからアリスちゃんが住むわ。彼女こそが私の本当の子供。かわいい私の娘。私のお姫様。
Yuri route? I'll be down for Yuri route. Then I wouldn't mind the yandere. I just feel bad for Snow White. That's why I couldn't commit to it. But Yuri route? Question mark? I kind of love her angry voice though. Her voice acting is so well done. I love the voice acting. It's so pretty. I wish I sound like that. Holy shit.
だからあなたは消えなさい。
She reached out and grabbed me by the throat.
母様。
I struggled desperately to break free from her icy grasp. The more I struggled, the tighter she squeezed. But I have no backbone when it's mommy, huh? What about you, Bomberfish? Huh? What about you? You can't talk about me. Look at yourself. Bruh.
お前さえ。お前さえいなくなれば。
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Like, if this is Snow White's dream, Surely he doesn't want to see and hear his own mom choking him. No? Like, I don't understand. It's so hard to piece together.
お前さえいなくなれば、私は幸せになれたんだ。私は、お姫様でいられたんだ。
Did she cheat and get thrown out or something? And like got pregnant out of wedlock? But before long, the mirror grew tarnished, corrupting everything in its reflection.
やった。
Next instant, I shoved her away from me. God, even her scream is beautiful. Holy shit. Who's her voice actor? Damn, her voice is shaking. I know it's so good. Mother Taisho voice actor. Bro, she sounds gorgeous. I'm going crazy. Oh shit, her head slammed against the wall. She collapsed on the floor. Reflexively, I took a step back. Pallid skin. Blue lips. Lifeless, dark eyes. Oh, did she die? Yo. My knees shook, and my palms began to sweat. Oh, her voice actor is also really pretty. God damn, a full package. Wait, let me just look at what she voices while we continue. Unable to bear it, I dashed out of the house. Oh, she plays Zenless Zone Zero. She's Jane Doe in Zenless Zone Zero, apparently. I ran blindly through the forest. Oh, she's Zelda in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Huh. Now I'm curious. There's a lot. Is there anything else I know? Monster Hunter, the movie? Huh. Wait, no way, she's Zelda? She's literally Zelda in Hyrule Warriors as well. Huh. Last blue. Huh? Zelda isn't a mommy though. That's what I'm thinking. Like, she's Zelda. That's crazy. How? And she's in Breath of the Wild as Zelda as well. So it's not just like a one-off thing. She's been 3 Zeldas so far, from what I'm looking at. I wish I found someone I know enough to like remember the voice of. She's Annie Leonhardt in Attack on Titan. I didn't watch that though. Berserker in Fate FGO. Gintama Izumi, I don't remember her. So she's basically a legendary voice actress then. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Yeah, I can't believe she's Zelda. No way, she's in Mysterious Girlfriend X? No fucking way. Crazy. That is so underground. Oh, I know Annie from AOT. Does it sound like her? I love that character too. No way. Oh, she's not in a lot of things. Huh. She's not in too many things. Interesting. Her name is Yu Shimamura, by the way. Oh. No, Annie sounds tomboyish. Wow, she's really good then. Her range is crazy. That's so cool. I'm so jealous. I see. Yeah, she sounds awesome, honestly. I love her voice. I think like in this game, besides Alice, who is voiced by Yoshitsugu Matsuoka, like Mother is my favorite in terms of voice acting. So good. Yeah. I ran blindly through the forest. I didn't care where I ended up, not like I had a lot of options. Just then I tripped over something and hit the ground hard. When I lifted my head, I saw a single red apple lying forgotten on the forest floor. For a moment I wondered what it was doing here. But then I saw the pair of feet next to it. Slowly I craned my neck up to look at him. Wizard?
母親に愛されず、国を追われたかわいそうな王子様。
Alice!
君は
I glared up at him. He stared coldly back as he took a bite of the apple in his hand. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright shiny hair. He was a mirror reflection of myself. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?
君は無条件で愛されるお姫様がずっと羨ましかった。彼女はお姫様だ。フリルもリボンもレースも彼女には似合うだろう。そんな彼女に心惹かれつつも、心の底では彼女に嫉妬していた。マザコンだな。
Mama's con what? Wait.
マザコンだな。
Mazakon. Ah, Maza, like mother. Ah, Mazakon. I have never heard of Mazakon before.
うるさい。お前さえ亡くなれば。お前さえ亡くなれば。俺は幸せになれたんだ。俺は王子様でいられたんだ。
母親と一緒だな。白雪、確かに君の容姿は母親とは似ても似つかないが、君は紛れもなく彼女の血を引いた子供だよ。
That evening. In the end, the cafe didn't even get a single customer all day. Mother is the fairest of them all, of course. What you talking about? No, for real though. Like, mom is objectively the hottest out of everyone else. Red Riding Hood, Kaguya, and Gretel were all missing.
大丈夫だよ。あいつらもガキじゃない。って、グレーテルはガキだけど、そんなに心配しなくても、すぐに帰ってくるって。
Only Cinderella was around to console me. Console me. Sorry. Big brother! I squeezed his hand. It felt like I couldn't take my eyes off him for a single second, lest he disappears like all the others. He gently stroked my hair. You're such a strong person.
そりゃそうだろう。お前らより少しばかり早く生まれたからな。うちは両親がいないし、俺がしっかりしなきゃ、誰がこの問題児たちを面倒見るんだよ。
Just then, something about his statement gave me a pause. Yeah, because she has parents. Thinking back, ever since I met Snow White, my life had turned into a series of strange events that left me feeling like something wasn't quite right. Bit by bit, it piled up like snow. First, I couldn't remember which of my brothers smoked cigarettes. Then people stopped coming to the cafe. Then I stopped seeing people on the streets. Wait, what? Come to think of it, why can't I remember ever working at our cafe? Hey, Cinderella?
なんだよ。
Do you remember what mom was like?
唐突だな。
I was just wondering. I thought back to the time Snow White asked me about my family out of nowhere. What spurred him to say the things he did?
覚えてるよ。それがどうした？
One of the guys in this game is voicing Tenma from Glass Heart Princess. No fucking way. Wait. Now I gotta Google it. If this was all Snow White's dream, then he must be tripping on some acid before he sleeps. No, for real. The gaslighting is absolutely crazy. Yeah, like it's so subtle. Like if you don't remember or if you like skipped the parts in the game, you wouldn't have noticed. I only noticed because I read every single line. Like read it out loud. But I can totally imagine like playing through the game and like not noticing things. I remember her, what of it? What was she like? I purposefully phrased my question in past tense.
綺麗な人だったよ。キラキラとしたものが好きな、夢見がちな人でもあったな。
Sounds like you.
まあな。
Was she nice?
まあな。でも、ちょっと過保護なところがあったかな。一人で留守番するときは必ず、怖い狼がいるから、外に出てはいけませんって言ってたっけ。
So, like Red's mom? That's not true. Stunned, I shook my head.
は？
That's not my mother. That's crazy. The sickening feeling of like, wait, in my world, that's not true. Like, everything that's happening in your world is not true. That's disgusting. That must feel so weird. What about that then? What is she like? I grabbed Cinderella by the collar.
父さん。親父は気前が良くて、紳士的な人だったよ。たくさん借金を作って。
That's your dad!
それきりどこに行ったのかわからない。今さらこんなこと聞いてどうすんだ。
You're wrong. That's not what they're like. According to my memories, our parents were always busy with work. Well, they weren't traveling all over the country. They lived in a house they owned in the big city. Yeah, the house from earlier. Was born to a long line of hunters, but although I was the eldest daughter, I wasn't expected to carry on the family legacy. But why was that? Because my parents never existed to begin with, or because I'm not an only child. I'm not an only child. Next, I thought about Snow White's riddle. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with the world. And he made a few comments that suggested he knew what was happening to me too. He said he would lead me to the right path if I lost my way. It's something that doesn't make sense. Something anyone may possess, but the moment you obtain it, it ceases to exist. Anyone can have it, but when you open your eyes, it vanishes without a trace. So what was the answer? I'm gonna save the dream. Why didn't I realize it sooner? Snow White had been giving me hints all along. Riddles in a world that didn't make sense. People vanishing. Contradicting memories. They all pointed to one thing. Cinderella? I got goosebumps. I do not like it. It feels weird. But right as I called out to him, something wrapped itself around my throat and started to squeeze.
どうした？
Unable to bear it, I collapsed to the floor and started choking. Desperate to get air in my lungs, I clawed at my throat, and my fingers touched something slimy. Goosebumps shot up my arms. The scarf? What scarf? She didn't give us any scarf though. Acting on instinct, I flung it away. Timidly, where did she find it? How did it get there? Timidly, I looked over to see what it was and found a black silk cord lying there. A cord? Confused, I reached out to pick it up.
Yurika!
Cinderella grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me toward him. What? Oh. Oh, right! It turned into a poisonous snake and it bit her. I think. No. The one I read was, it was like a hem for the waist and then it was pulled on too tight. But I see, this snake thing is interesting. Then just bare hand? How barbaric? Wait, I don't understand. Like, where did we get the scarf from? As it turned out, the cord was actually a snake. It raised its head and looked at me with its soulless black eyes.
お前は下がってろ
Cinderella commanded as he moved to shield me. Big brother! Slowly he approached the snake. Just then,
ただいま戻りました。
Red Riding Hood walked in through the front door. Ah! Fortunately, the snake took this as its cue to escape.
何かあったんですか？
Red looked at us and furrowed his brow in confusion.
蛇が現れたんだよ。
蛇？今は冬ですよ。
ああ、そういやそうだな。
A rotten apple pie, a moth, and now a snake. The one thing these three had in common was poison.
あれ？
Moths have
ゆりかさん。
poison?
その首どうしたんですか？
Since fucking when? I didn't know that. Are moths poisonous? Moths are generally not dangerous to humans, but some larvae can sting, and some moths are mildly toxic if ingested. Only ingested! Or, yeah. Oh, it's on its wings, isn't it? No, I don't think so. Is moth dust poisonous? It's not harmful to humans or animals. Apparently. Some species of moths may have toxic or irritating scales or hairs that can cause skin irritation or respiratory problems in some individuals. So, only in some? But even then, it's just itchiness and respiratory problems. So, it doesn't make sense that we had a headache. Well, this is also a game, but yeah, like, they're not usually poisonous. That's what I thought. You're gaslighting me. Huh? Hastily, I looked in the mirror. There I could see a dark red mark around my neck. What is that? Poisonous apples, poison comb, a silk bodice lace. Where did we get the bodice lace? Does anyone remember? Because I don't fucking remember us getting a lace. Because I made sure to pay attention because I know the story. I don't know. These all point to one particular fairy tale. A fairy tale in which the princess is endlessly harassed by her mother, disguised as an old woman. One by one, all the pieces fell into place. Just then, I realized, ugh! Someone was staring at me from inside the mirror. Ugh. I locked eyes with my reflection. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright shiny hair. Okay, where's the ebony? You can't just omit that. You need ebony hair. Then I found myself wondering, is that the real me? For some reason, I was sure it has to be someone else entirely. Mirror, mirror on a wall, whose reflection do you hold? Consciously, I found myself reciting the words. It's me, said my reflection. What the fuck is going on? Give us CG, come on, please. Wow, we're in an asylum, I guess. Hey. I heard a lot about you from my older brother. Based on everything he told me, I can tell you're a really great guy. I've always wanted to meet you and talk to you, and my brother wants to see you too, even if he won't admit it. Say, what are you dreaming about? Can you hear my voice? You may have chosen to sleep forever, but you're still in there. A coma? So as long as my words can reach you, that's all I need. 6 years ago, you peered into a magic mirror. And when you discovered the truth, the painful emotions and memories became too much for you to bear. So you went to sleep instead. What magic mirror? In real life? You were too kind. You were too pure. And now you're trapped in an endless nightmare. But I'm going to heal you. Just wait for me. I passed through the forest and arrived at the lakeshore, where I found Snow White sitting on the pier like always. Snow White! Beneath the moonlight, his ghostly pale face slowly turned to look at me.
その様子だと、答えが分かったみたいだね。
Yeah, I think so. I answered vaguely.
自信がないんだ。
Not really. I guess I don't have any solid reasoning. And even if I'm right, I can't possibly believe it. I just have so many questions.
でも、君なら気づくと思ってたよ。
You've wanted me to notice for a long time now, haven't you? That's why you kept giving me hints. Sorry it took me this long. He smiled faintly. What?
君は、本当によく似てるなと思って。
Me and your friend?
そうだよ。初めて君に出会った時、すぐに分かったよ。写真でしか見たことなかったけど。
I knew it!
幼い時の姿しか知らなかったけど。
So it was...
宝石のような瞳は、変わらなかったから。
So I was right, like, he met Yoshi back before this simulation, this dream ever even happened. And that was like the real world. Right?
君は、
Really?
一瞬で俺の心を奪った。俺は、ずっと、君に会いたかったんだ。
Just then, his body slumped sideways. Snow White? I rushed to catch him before he fell. Snow White! Snow White! But he didn't respond. He appeared to be unconscious. I touched his forehead but didn't feel a fever. Quite the contrary. See, I thought he was going to say we are similar to mother because that'll be wild. Please, no more of the incest bullshit, I'm begging you. We had enough with Gretel's route. We don't need more. He's freezing. I took off my coat and draped it over him. And I loosened his collar so he could breathe more easily. Wrapped around his pale neck was a bright pink mark, almost like he had been strangled with something. What is this?
ユニカ！どうかしましたか？
Right on cue, Cinderella and Red Riding Hood ran onto the sea. Guys, help me carry him!
わかった。わかりました。
I hadn't given them much in the way of explanation. They didn't seem to need one. Cinderella took Snow White and hefted him onto Red's back.
軽いな。
It's just an offhand remark, yet it made my heart ache.
このまま病院に運べばいいですか？
Normally that would be the correct course of action. However, the situation was far from normal. More than likely, it would prove pointless. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Let's take him home with us.
え？
Ideally, we would take him to a hospital, but I don't see the point of it right now. My brothers frowned at me, then Red responded in a calm voice.
よくわかりませんがわかりました。あなたの言う通り、 彼を家まで運びます。
Thanks, Red. We laid Snow White onto my bed, then bundled him up in a bunch of blankets warm.
寒い。
He was trembling. Under the bright lights, his complexion was ashen. I squeezed his icy hand and exhaled against it. If only I could have noticed sooner. I had written it off as an effect of the chilly winter night. But I was wrong. He wasn't just cold and pale, he was anemic. After a while, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes.
ここは君の部屋？
I need to go grab a drink and go to the toilet, so be right back. We should be done with his route soon. I think it's quite fast, actually. Because I don't think I played very much yesterday, maybe like 3 hours, but we're already almost at the end. So yeah, be right back. Alright, I am back. So far I can tell it is by far a pretty interesting story. Yup, the quality, like, heightened all of a sudden. But I guess having him here is probably going to make Mother upset if she ended up coming here somehow. I don't even want to know what Mother would do. I am scared of Mother. Yep.
女の子らしい部屋だね。
Well, I am a girl. Maybe we'll end up like killing the mother, cause like, what is it called? Like in the original Snow White, like the witch, the queen dies. So I wonder if mother would end up dead. Well, I am a girl.
そうだね。
And you're a guy.
俺は男だ。
It's okay.
だから、お姫様になれなかった。
It's okay.
お姫様になれないのなら、王子様になろうと思った。お姫様を救う王子様。でも、俺は王子様にさえなれなかった。
But by the way, I saw a YouTube short from Disneyland where the evil queen mother met with Aurora, the sleeping beauty. It was so funny. She said, "Oh, it's you, the sleeping girl." Oh, I've seen those, like the sassy Maleficent, right? I've seen clips of those. She's really fun. He's like really rude, but in the funniest ways possible. Wait, no, I think the one I saw was the mom, the queen in Snow White, actually, not Maleficent. The queen in Snow White that I liked. That was the one I liked from Disneyland. Yeah. Personally, I'm glad you're a guy. To me, you are a prince. You're my prince.
俺は、君を助けてあげられない。
That's not true. Do you remember the hair we first met? My hair was caught on a tree branch and you helped me get free.
俺は、
Yeah, she was so awesome. Yeah! You saved my bacon that day. So this time, it's my turn. This is the Looking Glass world, where everything is topsy-turvy. So I'm going to rescue you, Snow White. In the kitchen, I pulled everything out of the fridge.
こんな時間に何やってんだ
Making something to eat? Porridge or hot toddy? What is a hot toddy? Or baked goods? Anything will do. I'll try everything I can think of until I find something Snow White can eat. We had the ingredients, the tools, and the perfect chef.
しょうがねえ手伝ってやる
私も手伝います。
Aw, you
何をすれ
guys.
ばいいですか？
This was a cafe. Our job was to offer tasty treats and a moment of relaxation to our guests.
すごい。
Now I took one look at the food lining the table and murmured in amazement.
これ、全部君が作ったの？
Not by myself. My brother Cinderella and Red Riding Hood both helped me. I wonder what happened to Kaguya and Gretel. We barely saw Gretel and Kaguya disappeared. I shot a wink in their direction. And we made it all for you, Snow White.
俺のために。
Now then, right this way, my good sir. I led him by the hand to the table. I've prepared a buffet, all for you. Feel free to eat whatever you like and as much of it as you like.
好きなもの。
He froze, holding his plate.
ダメだ。
He hung his head.
無理だ。食べられないよ。
At his stubborn refusal, my brothers seemed to lose their patience.
そんなこと言わず一口食ってみろって別に毒なんて入っちゃいねえよ
そうですよ。これは彼女があなたを思って。
わかってるよ。
Snow White raised his voice.
そんなこと言われなくても最初からわかってるんだ。でも 怖いんだ。もしも、これを食べて受け付けなかったら、君たちにはわからないだろう。俺にとって、どんな美味しそうな料理でも、まずく感じるんだ。口の中で変な匂いがして、口の中いっぱいに強烈な苦味が襲ってくる。吐き出さずにはいられない。
Is that why you've never tried anything I made? I thought back to the apple pie his mother had given me. It was moldy and inedible. Perhaps that was the only flavor Snow White could taste. I grabbed his shaking hand and squeezed tight. You're so cool, and you're deathly pale. You haven't eaten in a long time, have you? I stared darkly at the floor. Go ahead and spit it out if you have to. I won't be offended. Because I'm going to keep trying until I can find something you can eat.
どうして？
Like I said, I'm going to help you. Listen, Snow White, if I'm going to heal you, then I either have to solve your problem or find a compromise. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this waking dream for eternity. So I'll do whatever it takes. I'm going to fulfill my purpose.
たとえ、それで君が死んだとしても。
Why would she die? Why is it that every round they ask, even if you die? I won't die. What do you mean? Why would I die? But before I could answer... Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Holy shit. I'm not prepared for this. It kind of feels like a calm before the storm in here. The storm just came. Fuck. I'm gonna drink first. We are so cooked. We are so cooked. I'm so scared. I'm procrastinating by drinking. Mother ran into the cafe, looking white as a sheet. Cooked and absolutely baked. Spoiled, basically, already. Put in the oven. She dashed over and pulled me into a hug. Me, not Snow White. Girl, what the fuck? She was crying. Mother? I frowned dubiously. Then she cupped my face in her hand.
あなたが倒れたって聞いて、心臓が止まるかと思ったわ。
How did you hear about that, huh?
あれほど外に出ちゃいけないって言ったでしょ。
Is she okay in the head?
外には怖い狼がいるの。可愛いあなたなんてすぐに食べられてしまうわ。
Snow White is like, are you seeing this? I want to see Red Riding Hood's reaction. Then she looked around the room.
この人たちは誰？
At this, Snow White stared down at the floor in terror.
この子に何をしたの？
いや、
Bro, she's not
俺たちは
okay.
別に。
The moment Cinderella tried to reach out.
近寄らないで。
Bro, who the fuck are you? What is going on? Who the fuck are you? Girl, do you still like her bomber fish? Even though she's not right in the head? Mother pulled me a step back. No, for real though, Red.
母様。
私はあなたの母親じゃない。私の子供はこの子だけ。あなたたちにこの子は渡さない。
Then why did she poison us multiple times?
この子に近づかないで。
Tears filled her eyes as she trembled. I will just blame Snow White for this. Not you too! He doesn't deserve it! Come on! Poor baby! Nevertheless, she fought bravely to protect me from the wolves. Girl, why did your narration change? Ayo, what do you mean, you people? No, for real! Who is she? Mother.
アリス、かわいいかわいい私の子供。
Girl is insane.
帰りましょう。私たちの家。
What?
私がずっとあなたを守ってあげるから。
Gretel 2.0? Eh? Why did you follow her? Oh my fucking god! Typical Taisho X Alice. You just build me up to a really good story, and then what the fuck is this, huh? What the fuck is this? What do you mean? I just followed her to the small cabin in the woods. It's Gretel 2.0. This is the exact same cabin that Gretel used to kidnap us and tie us up in the bed. She led me to a small cabin out in the middle of the woods. What is this place? Actually, this is also like the cabin that is used for Red Riding Hood's, no, Wolfie's grandmother's house.
家にいれば大丈夫だから。
Where's your
も
mansion,
う心
bro?
配いらないわ。
This is our home? Girl.
ここは私とあなたの小さな小さなお城。
Where the hell did we end here? Isn't that our brothers already there too? That's what I'm thinking. Like, are they just like, okay, take our sister? And Yurika is just like, okay, take me away. Like, what is this? I'm so confused.
ここにいれば私はいつまでもあなたを守ってあげられる。
And she tried to poison us multiple times. Does she have magic or something? Are we bewitched? The so-called castle was located in the same area as the mansion I had visited. Oh my god, the flashbacks! I can't. I'm sorry, I can't. Flashbacks, bro. Oh my god. The piano is menacing. It's very gorgeous though. But man, okay, I'm not ready. I'm gonna drink. Oh god, the flashbacks. Ah, not here again. No, for real. I am so traumatized. My heart just dropped. The spacious rooms and luxurious furnishings were gone, replaced with a cramped but functional living space. Almost as if a magic spell had been broken. It was strange and inexplicable and downright absurd. And yet, with a single word, it all made sense.
アリス、
She cupped up a hand to my cheek and spoke softly.
いいこと。あなたは他の子と違ってとってもいい子なの。だからお外で遊んではダメ。周りのみんなは狼なの。狼はどんな悪いことをするかわからないから。話しかけられても知らん顔をしているのですよ。お母さんがいない間、ちゃんとお留守番してるのよ。もし誰かがこの家にやってきても決して中に入れてはいけません。どうしたの、アリス？
Mother, why are you trying to keep me locked up in here?
それは言ったでしょ。お外は危ないからって。
Like, I get it if this was based off Rapunzel, but I just don't get it because this is Snow White's route. You do have a point. The world can be a dangerous place, but I'm not as weak as you think I am.
何を言ってるの？あなたは忘れたの？外の世界に出た時、あなたを見る人々の好奇の目。小さなあなたでは耐えられないわ。
I'm an adult now. If I have to fight back against society, then so be it. What is going on?
無理よ。立ち向かえっこないわ。
Where did we get to this when we were just like trying to feed Snow White? What is going on?
そ 外に出なければ傷つくこともない。道に迷うこともない。
I'm pretty sure the writer has a thing about being caged. They want to be kept as a pet so bad. Barely concealed fetish. Sure, but there are countless things in this world that I'll never discover unless I venture out there.
真実が必ずしもいいことじゃないわ。
Maybe you're right. Maybe ignorance is bliss. But you know as well as I do that the world is full of light, full of people, and not all of those people are wicked wolves. A little bit overprotective, huh? Are you still into her, Bomberfish? I'm not.
そんなの知らない。あなたは私の言うことを聞いていればいいの。それがあなたの幸せなの。
He's his own person. You know that better than anyone. I really like you, Mother. No, you don't. Oh my god, insane. You're sweet and innocent and cheerful. You've never lost touch with your inner child. And I'm sure Snow White liked that about you too. Because he really loved you. And you really loved him, didn't you? Now, I don't know what happened between the two of you. I can't pretend to know what your suffering is like. But do you really think he can keep him locked away? But do you really think you can keep him locked away forever? On second thought, listen, Snow White. What? We probably shouldn't mention that name to her. I guess she's cooking. She's not being mad. And what do you mean, listen, Snow White? I called his name.
何を？
How long are you planning to stay cooped up in here? Can't stay like this. You have to make a change.
私は。
What do you mean? Her? Eh? This whole world is your dream. Isn't that right, Snow White? Before he could recover. I'm very confused. I'm so confused. Yuri route, I guess. Yay! My Yuri route is here. I'm unhappy. Before he could recover, I planted the kiss on her cheek. Checkmate, I win. Just that? Bruh. The window beside me shattered loudly and everything went dark. Well, I am happy, bruh. Instantly, an overpowering stench hit my nostrils. Ew. Who farted? Ugh. I quickly clapped a hand over my nose, but this did nothing to block out the smell. It was hard to describe. Somewhere between rotten garbage and excrement. Ugh. At least we get to kiss Mother first. Well, at least we got there. But suffice to say, the stench was enough to make me puke. My eyes blurred with tears as I struggled to keep myself upright. And my foot touched something. Who fucking farted? At first I didn't know what it was, but eventually my eyes adapted to the darkness, and I realized it was a trash bag. Actually, upon further inspection, the whole room was filled with trash. Gross!
汚いだろ。家中ゴミだらけで、ずっと掃除もしてないんだから。
Sorry. The flat voice brought me back to my senses. Snow White was standing there in the darkness. Why are you just standing there randomly? Who's the green cape next to him? Surely it's not us? Where's our hair? skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, bright shiny hair, big sparkly eyes. Desperate to control my emotions, I closed my eyes and took a breath. So this is where you actually live? Why the music is even more menacing, bruh? Because Yuri time is over. We're back to being straight now. I lowered the hand that was covering my nose, held my breath, and looked at him.
そうだよ。君には見られたくなかった。君の前では綺麗な姿でいたかった。王子様でいたかった。
Fucking clean your room then? It's not hard. Like, I'm so confused. Like, if you don't want me to see this, then throw the trash away. What?
でも、そんなのは夢物語だ。本当の俺は王子様なんてほど遠い薄汚れた子供でしかない。
And who might that be? We are back to being straight and in love with another yandere, bruh. The writer knows what they like, okay? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? I gestured to the human-shaped thing sitting lifelessly in the chair beside him. What the fuck? For you see, it was the true source of this filth. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, what the fuck? Oh no, what the fuck? I couldn't see much in the darkness, but it appeared to be decaying, hence the smell.
母様だよ。
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Who killed Cook Robin?
Oh my fucking god, I just had this in Tokyo Debunker, and now it's in Taisho Alice. I can't believe this. Why are all my otome games doing this to me? Literally, I just had this in Tokyo Debunker.
I said swallow. It's my born the raw. I killed Cook Robin.
That's a Mother Goose poem, isn't it?
君なら知っていると思ったよ。だけど、殺されたのはコマドリではないし、殺したのはスズメでもない。俺が母様を殺した犯人だ。
Then why mention the nursery rhyme? Huh? If you're not gonna even make any distinct, like, connection to the nursery rhyme, then why even mention it? That just sounds like bad writing to me. Now the better question is, why the hell does this game always turns into a horror game? To be fair, in episode 1, Cinderella and Red Riding Hood, it wasn't horror, okay? It only started becoming horror in episode 2. Yeah, it's insane. That's a lie.
嘘じゃない。俺が母様を死に追いやったんだ。
Okay, so you didn't kill her with the bow and arrow. So, and you're not a sparrow, and your mother's not a robin. So, like, why even make the connection to the nursery rhyme? I don't understand the thought process of writing this. Because if you want to make a connection, there has to be something to connect it to. But there's nothing. You just randomly mentioned it. So after all, the mother is not even as bad then. She's just cold and lifeless the entire time. And decaying. And casually rotting. She likes bed rotting. Looking back, I could remember the little white snowflakes. And as the snow fell, my mother told me a story.
昔々、ある国の女王様が黒炭の窓枠に座り、ちらちらと降ってくる雪を眺めながら縫い物をしていました。
Yeah, she's just sitting alone, casually rotting in the dark, bruh. That's what I do too, except, you know, not dead.
ところが、女王様はうっかり自分の指に 針を刺してしまいました。女王様の指から流れ落ちた血は、真っ白な雪の上に真っ赤なバラのように広がりました。それを見た女王様は、もうすぐ生まれてくる子供は、この雪のように白い肌で、血のように赤い頬や唇、黒炭の窓枠の木のように黒い髪を持っているに違いないと思いました。そして、本当に女王様が思っていたような、雪のように白い肌で、血のように赤い頬や唇、黒炭の窓枠の木のように黒い髪をした美しい女の子が生まれたのです。女王様は女の子に白雪姫と名付けました。あら、雪。
Mother stroked my hair as I pretended to be asleep.
きれい。フリルやレース。たくさんのリボン。ずっと憧れてた。華やかなダンスパーティー。きれいなドレスに。お城のような大きな家。大好きなお姫様のようになりたかった。どこで間違ったのかな。
That night was as cold as ice. I pressed my hand against the window and peered outside. Tiny snowflakes fluttered down from the blanket of gray clouds overhead. All the lights were off, but thanks to the snow, the world seemed a tiny bit brighter.
ただいまー。
My mother's cheerful voice called out from the entryway. I heard her thunderous footsteps headed in my direction, and then the lights clicked on.
おかえりなさい。
The mom is gorgeous, guys. I don't know. She crazy pretty. Too bad she's rotting, but she's gorgeous.
遅くなってごめんなさい。電気つけたらよかったのに。
Her voice is so cute. Yeah, she sounds gorgeous.
ご飯はちゃんと食べた？
I shook my head. She peered down at me, her coat hanging from her arm. I could see my reflection in her eyes, but it was so small and fuzzy. I couldn't be sure if it was actually me.
どうして？お金はちゃんと置いてあったでしょ？
I didn't respond. Then she picked up the toy lying on my bed.
また余計なものを買ったのね。
I could hear anger and sadness in her voice. I was convinced she was going to yell at me, or so I squeezed my eyes shut, but she simply pulled me into a hug.
ごめんなさい。
She was crying.
どうして母様が謝るの？
こんな小さなあなたを一人ぼっちにして。好きなものを満足に買ってあげられない。苦労ばかりかけてごめんね。
母様。
I didn't understand why she was apologizing, but I understood that it was my fault.
母様、ごめんなさい。
I was devastated. My heart ached to think my existence was causing my mother so much pain and misery. More than anything, I wanted to be the son she wanted me to be.
母様、泣かないで。私、母様のお姫様になるから。だから、泣かないで。
Frills, lace, ribbons of every color. Beautiful dresses and a house as big as a castle. If that was what she wanted, then it was what I wanted for myself too. Bro, this guy got it twisted. No. I'm sniffing it. He's gonna be forced to cross-dress and like live as a girl. I've seen this stroke. You can't fool me. As I recall, she looked rather hurt by this.
どうしたの？
I was too young to understand. She pulled away and gently stroked my hair.
あのね、 よく聞いて。あなたは男の子だから、お姫様にはなれないの。
Damn, I was wrong.
でも、母様は言ってた。お姫様が好きだって。
At the time I was heartbroken that I couldn't be what she loved.
そうね。確かに私はお姫様がとっても好きよ。でも、それと同じくらい、王子様も好きなの。
王子様？
そう。お母さんが読んだ物語にも出てきたでしょ？王子様はお姫様を救ってくれるの。あなたは男の子だから王子様。そして、あなたは私の王子様でもあるの。
母様の王子様？なら、母様はお姫様。
私はあなたの母親だから、お姫様とはちょっと違うわね。
So yeah, mom is rather normal than I expected. I don't know, I still don't trust her. She smiled sadly. I desperately wanted to make her happy.
母様、俺、王子様になるよ。そして、母様を助けてあげる。
ありがとう。あなたはとっても優しい子。さすが、私の王子様ね。
My mother had me when she was fairly young, and to me she was the fairest in all the land. Well, yeah, your mom's hot. She loved flowers and fairy tales. She loved to dream, and she never wanted to grow up.
そうだ。何も食べてないんだったら、アップルパイでも食べる？リンゴがとっても安かったの。いっぱい買ってきちゃった。あなたもアップルパイ好きでしょ？
好きだよ。
Whenever she had some free time, my mother always made me apple pie. And her apple pies were the best. Frills, lace, ribbons of every color. Beautiful dresses and a house as big as a castle. We were too impoverished to have any of these things, but we were still happy.
じゃあ、お母さん行ってくるから。
My mother was a busy woman. She went to work early in the morning, came home in the evening, and put on lots of makeup and left to go to her second job. Each time she left, she would summon me and say,
いいこと？お母さんがいない間、ちゃんとお留守番してるのよ。もし、誰かがこの家にやってきても、決して中に入れてはいけません。
Oh, that's a nice coat. I don't know, can you see a lot of the coat? Considering like it's just black and white? So she was not jobless after all. Yeah, I guess I'm assuming when they say like she puts on a lot of makeup and go out at night, I'm assuming it's like a hostess job. So yeah, I think it's quite implied that she works in more sleazy areas.
わかったよ、母様。
いい子ね。じゃ、行ってきます。
いってらっしゃい。
Oh, he's so cute. Whenever my mother wasn't around, I spent my time reading books. She would often bring them home with her, and they were full of pretty princesses. But inevitably, I would doze off in the middle of a book. And when I awoke, I would find the house dark. My mother still wasn't home. So, with nothing else to do, I went back to reading. Then I would get drowsy again and fall back asleep. Every day was a repeat of the last. My mother always came home late at night. Deep down, I wanted her to read me a story, but I knew she was tired and I couldn't be selfish. I don't know, how could you tell he is cute because it's black and white? Because I like it when their eyes aren't shown. Like, that's actually a thing. Like, I think, like, no eyes, good. Look cute. Hidden like that. As I pretended to sleep, she crawled into bed with me and gave me a big hug.
お母さん、あなたのために頑張るからね。
could smell a sweet flowery fragrance. Oh, so cute! How did it end up to him killing her? I'm so confused. And one day, when Mother finally had a day off, we went into town together.
真っ白
I shouted gleefully. The whole area was covered in a blanket of fluffy white snow. Cute. Snow was by no means uncommon here. But I was just so happy to be out of the house on a trip with my mother, I couldn't help but frolic in the snow. After a while, I came to a stop.
どうしたの？
雪が
The pretty white snow had turned to grimy black. As I hung my head, my mother seemed to sense my sadness. She walked up to me.
これはしょうがないのよ。雪は表面に積もっただけで、その下には本当の姿を隠しているの。
本当の姿
She pointed to the tarnished snow.
あなたが今踏んだところは土。雪はどんなものでも覆い隠してしまうの。
どんなものでも
そう。
For some reason, a chill ran down my spine. Sure, the snow could hide things, but when you stepped on it, it became just as dirty as everything beneath.
あらあら、大丈夫？寒い？お母さんのコート着る？
大丈夫
そう？あ、じゃあ手をつなぎましょうか。こうすれば少しは暖かいでしょ？
Mother's hand felt nice and warm as it enveloped my own.
ねえ見て、ほら、可愛くない？本当だ、可愛い。
As we walked through town, I kept overhearing certain words. Words like cute and pretty. That wasn't all. It felt like people were staring at me. Ah, so this is what the mother had said. Everyone we passed on the street seemed to be looking at me. And for some reason, they all seemed to be whispering and giggling behind their hands. Reaction varied from person to person, but it didn't make me uncomfortable because I didn't sense any ill will. At one point, Mother decided to stop by the greengrocer to buy vegetables for dinner. Owner's wife took one look at me and broke into a smile.
目が大きくて可愛い子だね。
As she spoke, she gave me one of her apples. It was the first time a stranger had given me a gift. Startled, I looked up at my mother.
あら、いいわね。ありがとうわ。
ありがとう
At this, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. This confused me. I didn't understand why she was surprised at all.
さあ、行きましょう。
Then my mother led me out of the store. As I would soon to discover, the greengrocer's wife wasn't the only person to react that way. I guess they assumed he was a girl, right? And they're shocked that he's not. No matter where we went, everyone called me cute and gave me special treatment.
俺って可愛いの
At this, my mother replied without hesitation.
そりゃもうすごく可愛いわ。
お姫様じゃないのに
As far as I knew, cute was something only girls could be. But I wasn't a girl, and yet they still called me cute. While I didn't mind it, I didn't really understand it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a mother and child holding hands. Who was that? Startled, I came to a stop. The other boy stopped too. Oh, he's never seen a mirror before in his life? That's crazy. I let go of my mother's hands and approached him. Likewise, he mirrored my actions. I reached out. He reached out. Our palms touched. But his carried no human warmth. I looked up and found him staring back at me in alarm. Skin as white as snow. Lips and cheeks as red as an apple. And bright shiny hair. He looked nothing like anyone I had ever seen. Who was he?
どうしたの？
As I stood there in a daze, my mother gently called out to me.
母様 どうして俺は母様に似ていないの？
それは、
Just then.
あ、外国人だ
But that didn't even make sense. I thought he often saw the world through his window. I guess he never went near his window at all. Or the reflection there isn't really clear. Maybe his window is like super dirty.
おーい、女男何してんだよ
Some boys my age started to jeer at me. Unlike the adults, they treated me like the anomaly I was. That was the moment I finally understood why everyone had given me special treatment. It was because I didn't look like them. I was standing in front of a glass display case, and the strange-looking boy was actually my reflection. Imagine getting bullied because you're too pretty. Like, I don't know. I've never had that problem before. That's crazy. All at once, I grew frightened. I clung to my mother.
あの子たちにいじめられてるの
My mother asked quietly. Dark hair, dark eyes. She really looked nothing like me. Do you think that's why she dyed her hair silver? To match her son's? Because then mother's really nice. I didn't answer. She looked around for a moment, then slid an arm around my shoulders and hurried away.
母様？
あなたは何も心配しなくていいのよ。あなたは私が守るから。
うん。
Yeah, it kind of makes sense, does it though? After that, mother stopped letting me outside. Before she left to work, she summoned me and said,
いいこと？あなたは他の子と違ってとってもいい子なの。だから、お外で遊んではダメ。周りのみんなは狼なの。狼はどんな悪いことをするかわからないから、話しかけられても知らん顔をしているのですよ。お母さんがいない間、ちゃんとお留守番してるのよ。もし、誰かがこの家にやってきても、決して中に入れてはいけません。
They still haven't explained why the thing she says is exactly the same as what Red's mother said. I still don't know.
わかったよ、母様。
いい子ね。じゃ、行ってきます。
If mother knows that's what's bothering her son, she will probably dye her hair silver. That would have been so sweet. And I would like mother more. Left alone in the house, I gazed through the window. Oh my god, it looks so much like a jail. I think that's like on purpose. That's like a jail cell for sure. Left alone in the house, I gazed through the window. The snow glittered in the soft sunlight. I really enjoyed going into town with mother. I wanted to play outside again. But then I saw my hazy room. It was a hopeless dream. With nothing else to do, I stayed inside and read books. I quickly grew bored of it. It was no fun to read the same books over and over again. That, and I had come to resent the perfect princesses who had earned my mother's unconditional love. Why? On the table, my mother had set out some food for me, as well as some money for emergencies. I had everything I needed. As long as I obeyed my mother, nothing bad or dangerous would ever happen. Or so I thought.
ただいま。
母様、お帰りなさい。
It was around then that exhaustion began to erode my mother's beauty. Her complexion was wan, and she often stared blankly into space. Anxious, I had decided to ask her something I'd wondered for a long time.
ねえ、母様は何の仕事をしているの？
I'm mean, I wouldn't do that if my son is the one getting bullied. Just because he didn't look like me, I would have just punched the principal. I feel like I'd ask my son what he wants, no? Like, what should we do to fix it? Should I dye my hair? Should you dye your hair? What can we do? Should we transfer schools? I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I wouldn't make a very good mom, I feel like. I don't know. Her face seemed to turn even more ashen.
お花屋さん。
俺にもできる？
I wanted to lessen her burden, if only a tiny amount.
あなたはいいのよ。王子様は働かなくていいの。
Alas, she simply stroked my hair. Even without her beauty, she never stopped being kind and loving. But I couldn't stand being a useless little prince.
ごめんね。
As she hugged me, I noticed she had gotten thinner.
母様。
Just then, someone started banging on the front door. Uh-oh. Mother flinched.
また。
どうしたの？
She looked scared.
こっちに来なさい。
あ、
She grabbed me by the arm and pushed me into the closet.
あなたはこの中で隠れてなさい。いい？何があっても、ここから出ちゃダメよ。
And with that, she shut the closet door.
"ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。お金はすぐに返します。
She sounded like she was crying. I could tell that something scary was happening, and my mother was trying to protect me from it. I wanted to dash out of the closet and rescue her. But my feet were rooted to the spot right at the moment I needed them most. As a prince, I was supposed to save the princess. I promised to protect my mother, but instead she had to protect me. Oh, she's still alive. That's surprising. I thought she's gonna be dead. I awoke to someone shaking my shoulders. Apparently, I had fallen asleep.
もう隠れなくてもいいの？
I rubbed my sleepy eyes.
ええ、もう大丈夫。ほら、おいで。
うん。
I walked up to her and she pulled me into a hug. But I could smell a faint animal smell mixed in with her flowery fragrance, and it nearly made me gag. Animal? From that day on, my mother gradually continued to change. Her complexion grew pale and wrinkles formed on her once youthful face. Her cheerful smile vanished and she started taking a lot of medication. Then our clean, tidy house slowly filled with trash. As time passed, the place began to reek.
いいこと。あなたは他の子と違って、とってもいい子なの。だから、お外で遊んではダメ。周りのみんなは狼なの。狼はどんな悪いことをするかわからないから、話しかけられても知らん顔をしているのですよ。お母さんがいない間、ちゃんとお留守番してるのよ。もし、誰かがこの家にやってきても、決して中に入れてはいけません。
わかったよ、母様。
Then she stopped cooking for me, and eventually she barely comes home at all. But she still left a small amount of money on the table in case of emergencies. Why would she give me money if she didn't want me to leave the house? I don't understand. I didn't need money, just like I didn't need food. If I stayed still, I wouldn't get hungry. And if I stayed home, I didn't need money. By that point, I was accustomed to sleeping during the day and waking at night. Because of that, I started to have strange dreams. So basically, Mother is under heavy stress the entire time. I guess so. That's just crazy. It sounds scary. Really difficult position. In the dreams, I was sitting in the bright sunshine, listening to the waves. Sorry, I hiccuped. The ocean. Supposedly, these waves are created by friction beneath the water surface. Are created by friction between the surface water and the wind. That said, a lake is still not the same as the ocean. A lake will not lead you to distant lands.
あれ
When I awoke, I was inside the house. No sunshine, no waves. Just a tiny cabin. The outside world was just a dream. Surely it couldn't hurt to have fun in my dreams, right? Before long, I started to dream of hanging out with someone. In these dreams, I was happy. But whenever I woke, I found myself in a dark, empty house, reminding me that any happiness I felt was merely a phantom. Then one day,
どこに行ってたの？
my mother had come home unusually early that day.
どこにも行ってないよ。
I didn't understand why she was angry. Sleepwalking? But when I tried to be honest with her, she thought I was lying.
嘘をつかないで。どうしてあなたはいつも嘘をつくの？これは何？誰からもらったの？
She held up some clothes I didn't recognize.
それは知らない。
知らないわけないでしょ。
でも俺には覚えがない。本当だよ。
Slowly she shook her head. Her eyes were full of fear.
答えて。あなたは誰なの？
Eh?
俺は俺だよ。母様の子供だよ。
違う。あなたは私の子供じゃない。
俺は母様の子供じゃないの。母様に似てないから。
Oh no.
この目もこの髪もこの肌も何一つ似ていないから。
違う。そうじゃない。
ねえ母様。
返して。あの子を、本当の私の子を返して。
I think the mom was just tweaking out under a very heavy stress. And in turn, Snow White also became crazy. She collapsed into a fit of sobbing, but there was nothing I could do. It felt like she had rejected my entire existence. Truth be told, I was only ever a burden to her. If it wasn't for me, she could have been a princess.
ごめんなさい母様。ごめんなさい。生まれてきてごめんなさい。
Oh no, never say that! Tears streamed down my face. The world steadily blurred.
アリス。
Then she called a name I didn't recognize. Huh. Yeah, you know what? We probably need a psychiatrist. We need that since the beginning. Like, the routes are all insane. From there, the rest of my memories were fuzzy. The next thing I knew, I was alone at the house again. My mother was probably off at work. Left to my own devices, I once again chose to obey my mother. Like always, I read my books and dozed off. But then I had a depressing dream. Couldn't remember the details. I had lied and hurt someone. And in the end, I got hurt too. That's Red. That's Red Riding Hood. That's Red Riding Hood's story. What is this? Are they the same person? No way. No, that doesn't make sense if they're the same person. I'm confused.
ここは
When I awoke, I was in the middle of the forest and my cheeks were wet. What was I doing out here? I didn't know exactly what time it was, but judging from my surroundings, it had to be pretty late. It's dreaming about others because he loved dreaming reading books perhaps? Like prophetic dreams? I was overwhelmed by indescribable fear and panic. The lights were on at my house. Had Mother come home? If so, then she had caught me breaking her rules. Would she be angry with me, or was she just worried about my safety?
誰かいませんか
No matter how hard I knocked, no one answered. This was definitely the right house. There weren't any others in sight. Hesitantly, I twisted the doorknob. Strangely enough, it was unlocked.
ただいま
The moonlight streaming in through the window faintly illuminated the interior. I could smell a sugary scent. It was the smell of my mother's apple pie.
母様
Yikes. My mother was collapsed over the table, looking at me with cold, unfeeling eyes. My heart thumped in my chest. Pallid skin, blue lips, lifeless dark eyes. Like when she toppled over in the cafe with Yurika. I didn't know what had happened, but my knees shook and my palms began to sweat.
母様母様起きてこんなところで寝ると風邪ひくよ
I shook her by the shoulder, but she wouldn't wake.
母様
This is so scary. This time I shook her as hard as I could. She toppled over. Poor boy! Screaming, I fell backwards onto the floor. Half of her face had turned reddish purple.
母様母様
I accidentally brushed her hand and was startled to find it ice cold. And that was the moment I realized I would never see my mother again. What the fuck is this backstory? That's crazy. A reddish purple. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Like, she just died. Ain't no way she already started decomposing then. What reddish purple? Unless she was hit or bumped into something? From that day forward, Mother grew worse and worse. What could cause it? I don't know. At first, she retained some degree of her good looks, but after 4 days, dark purple veins spread over her entire body. But at least back then, I was still able to recognize her. Ugh, why do I have to read this out? Corpses are really not my thing. After a week, blisters appeared all over her skin, which continued to change color. And her body swelled, and she began to emit an unbearable odor. Maggots crawled all over her, and there were flies buzzing everywhere. There was no trace left of her former beauty. Now she was merely a monster. To think of it, it was around then that I stopped having those fun dreams. Sleep used to be my one escape from this miserable existence, and now I wasn't even afforded that. Yep, she's just casually rotting there. I understand to some extent though, because he's a child and never had any formal education, and his mom never had the time to even homeschool him, so he probably doesn't know what the fuck to do in that situation. But hey, who needed dreams? My whole life was a nightmare now. Yeah? and it was my obligation to endure it. The chilly air made my extremities go numb. My stomach rumbled endlessly. Even then, surprisingly enough, I still clung stubbornly to life. The words real life felt like an oxymoron. Sure, this was my life, but what part of it was real?
どうして俺は生きてるんだろう。
Just then, I realized someone was staring at me from inside the mirror. I always hated looking in the mirror. First time I saw my reflection, I didn't believe it was actually me. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright shiny hair. For some reason I was sure it would had to be someone else entirely. But I found myself wondering, is that the real me? That's Alice. I remember the ribbon placement, that's Alice. Apprehensively, I looked over to find a boy with skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright shiny hair. Then I asked my reflection,
鏡よ鏡。鏡さん。鏡に映ったのは誰？僕だよ。
The instant I heard those words, the thin thread holding me together finally snapped.
誰？君は誰なの？どうしてそんなところにいるの？もしかして君がアリスなの？
The boy in the reflection nodded.
じゃあ俺は誰なの？
Just then, the mirror reflected something else. There, I saw an ugly boy with a greasy face and dandruff in his hair. Well, considering you haven't eaten and you haven't probably bathed in a really long time and living in with a corpse, yeah. Accurate representation of me when I see my own face after I just woke up. In that moment, I understood everything. Why my mother had changed. Why the boy in the mirror didn't seem like me. And now I could see myself for what I truly was.
母様との約束を破って外に出たあの日、家に帰ると母様は冷たい目で自分を見下げていた。
Honestly, from all the questions that I have right now, the most pressing one is why the fuck does Snow White and Red Riding Hood seem to have the same mom? And to some extent, experiences. I'm so curious about that part. Yes, I'm interested. Like, why is Alice there? Why? There's so many things going on, but like, what is it with Red? I don't get it.
ピクリともせず、体を触ると氷のように冷たかった。
Actually, I need to go to the toilet. So again, be right back. I'm back. Well, in the end, Mother was not all that bad after all. Snow White didn't do much too, although I'm not sure if we can fix him from the situation. I bet an asylum can, though. Well, if we can fix Gretel enough to not put him in an asylum, then Snow White is easy, you know? Also, they still haven't answered, like, why did we get poisoned in the dream? Doesn't make sense. Unless maybe they're trying to go at it that way where, because Snow White said he loves Yurika, but he's also jealous of her. So maybe, like, Yurika is poisoned every time she interacted with Mother, because that's what Snow White feels. Like, he actually hates it when we interact with Mother. So it inadvertently poisons us. Maybe that's the angle they're going for, because they haven't explained it.
すぐにわかったよ。母様はもう二度と帰ってこないんだって。
Bro, we fixed Gretel by being crazy like him. What you talking about? Well, yeah, if both of us can be out and about destroying lives together, then Snow White is fine.
俺が殺したんだ。俺が母様を。ちゃんと母様の言うことを聞いていれば、外になんて出なければ、母様を助けられたかもしれなかったのに。
Once my eyes adapted to the darkness, I was able to faintly see Snow White as well as his mother. Or rather, the lifeless black mass beside her. By her feet, I could see a pool of bodily fluids and wriggling maggots. Blech. It was so grotesque, I feel like I was going to pass out. She was so sweet and innocent and cheerful. She never lost touch with her inner child. But now no trace of her former beauty remained. Ugh. Shouldn't have thought about it too deeply. The stench hit my stomach and I vomited. Ah! I would never forget the sight for as long as I lived. Snow White had watched the most important person in his life turn into a hideous monster. How long had he endured this nightmare? Why didn't you leave the house, bro? No shit. Why did he leave the house?
君を泣かせてしまったね。
No, I'm crying because I just threw up, bro. It's not about you.
やっぱり、俺は王子様にはなれないみたいだ。
Beyond my tear-blurred vision, I could see him staring down at his hands. Ugh. After my choking and spitting subsided, I wiped my mouth and looked up at him. He had endured a pain far worse than mine, for years. If I wanted to understand him, then I would have to accept this. I would have to accept him exactly as he was. As a what? Like, I don't understand why they're making this into such a big deal. Because he literally did nothing wrong. Well, except being fucking dumb and not leaving the house when it's become a biohazard. But besides that, like, what's wrong with him? There's nothing wrong. Bro, we are crying through our mouth, my guy. Yeah.
美しかった母様が日々醜くなっていく。それは母様を救えなかった俺の罰だ。
Low-key, this is very self-inflicted. Feels a lot like self-flagellation. Like, you can just leave the house, bro. If I wanted to heal him, then I couldn't sit around and cry. Also, human beings can only last 3 weeks without food. If you said you've been going through this for years, I do not believe you. What did you eat? You know what? I don't want to know.
その後だよ。漁師と出会ったのは。
Ryoshi Arisu, my real brother. I took a deep breath, then spoke in a calm voice. How could I have forgotten something so important? At some point, I wandered into this topsy-turvy world and forgot myself.
仕方ないさ。ここは夢の世界だからね。
Which dream did? Who, maybe? But I didn't bother to ask the question. After all, I was pretty sure I knew the answer.
夢とは、自分の記憶の断片の再現、再構成と言える。夢に登場する人物や場所は、ほとんどの場合、脳のどこかに記憶されたものだ。何もかも、俺の記憶で作られた世界。どんなに姿が違っていても、それは俺でしかない。俺はずっと、鏡を見ていたんだ。鏡よ鏡、鏡さん。俺の見たいものを、俺の欲しい言葉を、聞かせておくれ。フリルやレース、たくさんのリボン、大きなお城に綺麗なドレス。自分を愛してくれる母親に、自分を見守ってくれる両親、そして、王子様の自分。俺は、鏡に映った自分自身に慰められながら、長い長い時間を過ごしていた。
Like, I also don't understand how we entered the dream because she's clearly lucid. Like, how is she sentient? And also, Red, Cinderella, Gretel, and Kaguya, how did he get to know them? Like, there's so many things that I don't understand. I see, so he's dripping on acid just from having a dead body in the house. That's just great. That's wonderful. It's a biological acid trip. Yay!
二度と、目を開かなくてもいい。二度と、現実を見なくてもいい。偽物でもいい。大好きな人と過ごす日々は、波のない湖のようだった。そこには、悲しみも苦しみもない。
But no joy either. Slowly, Snow White looked up at me. Behind his thick eyelashes, his eyes glittered in the darkness. At first I thought people were disappearing from the town, but I was wrong. In actuality, the town barely had any people in it.
ああ、そうだよ。俺の心の中に、思い出として住んでいる人なんて、ほとんどいないからね。
As he spoke, he smiled faintly. His voice was level, but I could only imagine the pain he felt. Solitude was eternal and unchanging, and utterly hopeless.
そんなにつまらないものでもなかったよ。俺には、本があったからね。本があったから、俺は夢の中にいながら、外の世界のことを知ることができた。
Okay, and how do you find new books then?
まあ、ここ最近は、新しい物語に飢えていたけど。
His gaze drifted to the table. There sat a book and an apple pie. Yeah, he keep calling her mother getting uglier each passing day earlier. She's doing nature. Yeah, exactly, like, it's just nature. Like, yeah, she's gonna decompose. Like, no shit, she looks ugly. The pie was half eaten, and the book had seen so much use it was nearly falling apart. Loved both of these things so much, they practically represented him. I pressed a hand to my mouth. The time I nearly threw up after eating a bite of that moldy apple pie. Was that something he experienced in his past too?
そんな時だよ。君と出会ったのは。漁師から君のことを聞いていた。変わった瞳のお姫様。ずっと君に会いたいと思っていた。アリス・ユリカ。君は俺の夢の中で とてもイレギュラーな存在だ。
Not really, because you've seen a picture of her. What's more irregular is Cinderella, like our brothers, quotation mark. Cinderella, Red Riding Hood, Kaguya, Gretel. Where the fuck did you meet these guys? And why are they my brother now?
君は鏡に映った姿でありながら、君という意志を持っている。君が俺の前に現れたことは大して驚いていない。俺は君のことを間接的に知っていたし、夢の中に現れてもおかしくはなかったからね。君がただの胸像じゃないと分かったのは、君が俺の知っているアリス・ユリカと少し違っていたからだ。
You think he noticed because we're fucking weird?
君の兄弟はアリス漁師ただ一人だけだし、喫茶店だってやってない。そもそも俺の住んでいる町に君はいなかった。それだけならただの設定違いだと思っていたけれど、何より俺の記憶と違ったのは君の容姿だ。俺が君の姿を見たのは漁師に見せてもらった写真が最初で最後で、その頃の君は7歳くらいの子供だった。俺の思い出に君はいない。
I shiver. Only then did I notice how abnormally cold it was inside the cabin. Man, it's really cold in here. There was no light in the darkness, no heat source to keep us warm. The heat will make the smell worse, girl. Trust me, you want the cold. The cold is your friend. Because this was his world. You know, I always wondered, if this is your dream, then what does that make me? After all, I have a consciousness of my own, so what exactly am I? But now I finally understand. I am a mirror reflection of your heart, but I am also a pawn. There must be another version of me in the real world, trying to talk to you. And that other me, no, both of us, we want you to wake up. What's my purpose here?
俺は目覚めたくない。ずっとこのままでいいよ。
Liar.
嘘じゃない。俺は今のままで十分満足だ。ここには母様も漁師もいる。ここにいれば俺は王子様でいられる。美しいものだけ見ていられる。
You literally have your mom's rotting corpse right next to you. I don't know what you mean by you can't see anything weird. But none of it is real. Snow White, you compared this stream to a still lake, but those waters are only still because your heart has frozen over. You say there's no pain or misery here, but there's no joy either. I don't know, I'm pretty miserable of reading the corpse description and the smell. The prince who didn't have anything at all then, he's not a prince then! Are you really having fun reading the same old books? Are you having fun going back and forth between the lake and your house and nowhere else? Are you having fun talking to your reflection in a mirror? Bro is insane, clinically. He clapped his hands to his ears and shook his head.
それ以上聞きたくない。
Snow White, you claimed you killed your mother, but deep down you know no one is to blame. You know it wasn't really your fault.
違う。
Next, he squeezed his eyes shut. I knew my voice could still reach him.
俺が殺したんだ。俺が。だってそうじゃないか。俺が母様との約束を破らなかったら。助けられたかもしれないんだ。
You've only ever blamed yourself. And also like the dreams he's been having, and then apparently when he's dreaming he walks out. Like, is it sleepwalking or is it something else? That's also unclear. You could have pinned the blame on someone else, but you chose not to. Because you're a kind person. But it's time to end this. I took a step forward. Frightened, Snow White took a step back. Wow, I'm so scary.
やだ。来ないでくれ。
Nevertheless, I walked forward. Ew, 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 ew. And touched his mother lying slumped over the table. Ugh. She was so sweet and innocent and cheerful. She never lost touch with her inner child. She was the woman Snow White loved most She was the woman Snow White loved most in all the world. And then, at my touch, she disintegrated. Thank goodness. Take the smell away.
Kazama!
Desperately, he dug for her amid the mountains of trash.
Kazama! Kazama!
Strength drained from his limbs, and he fell to his knees. As I stood there in silence, he glared up at me.
どうしてこんなひどいこと。
I just touched her, bro. I didn't know she would disintegrate. Still not as cruel as your mother. She locked you up in here when you were just a child.
違う！母様は悪くない！母様は俺のことを思って。
Looking out for you? By trapping you in a tiny cabin and controlling every aspect of your life.
それは外の世界が危険だから。
Then why did you keep going out to visit the lake? The lake reflected everything upside down, like a mirror. And Snow White always gazed out at it longingly.
それは。
To be honest, as a yandere, if you can call it, Snow White isn't really that threatening. I don't think he's a yandere, he's just clinically insane. He's mentally unwell. Which, again, considering his upbringing, makes sense. He has a lot to work through. But I don't think he's a yandere. I'm not your mother, so I don't truly know why she did the things she did. The only way to get that answer would be to ask her directly. But that's no longer possible. Oh, how very convenient! You, however, you are still alive. You're just sleeping as if you were dead. I know how you feel, Snow White. After all, I'm your mirror image. I opened my eyes wide so he could see his reflection. Deep down, you've always wanted to venture out into the world. You're not crazy either. You're perfectly safe. Girl, no, he's not. Girl, Yurika, as always, Yurika. The truth is, you wanted me to figure it out. You wanted me to save you. Because you're lonely.
やめろ！
You've always wanted to wake up from this nightmare.
違う。俺は罰だったんだ。王子様になれなかった俺の。真実を知ってしまった俺の。それなのに。君が現れてから変わってしまった。母様も、漁師も、何もかも俺の思い通りにならなくなった。なぜ君は俺に真実を見せつけるんだ。なぜ俺を王子様だなんて言うんだよ。
Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me what I want to know. Years of solitude turned your heart into ice. The ice served as a mirror, showing you only what you wanted to see, telling you only what you wanted to hear. But once I showed up, that changed too. The magic mirror became corrupted. and I shattered it. But that wasn't the only mirror here. Be honest, you always knew, didn't you? You knew why I showed up in a form you didn't recognize.
近寄るな近寄らないでくれ。こんな俺を見ないでほしい。
Desperate to escape my gaze, he buried his face into his arms. Why not?
だって、本当の俺は全然綺麗じゃない。汚いだろう。お風呂も入ってなければ、洗濯もしていない。
Then go do it! It's not hard!
体中、油や赤だらけだし、頭には、フケがこびりついてる。それに、まとわりつくようなこの匂い。
You have been marinating in corpse for like years. Like, I get it, you know?
取れないんだ。どんなに体を洗っても、こびりついて取れないんだよ。
Sure enough, he smelled like old milk. Oh, bleh. That was hardly a surprise. After all, he had spent years and years locked up in this rotten hole.
どうして母様が俺を外に出したがらなかったのか。でも、鏡を見た瞬間、分かってしまった。
No shit, girl.
俺は、母様が望んだ姿と違うからだ。だから、母様は俺を外に出すことを嫌がったんだ。俺は王子様なんかじゃない。
Sounded like he was arguing with the part of him that always wanted to be a prince. Well, I want you, girl. His eyes widened slightly. I can't be your queen. Queen? He never asked for a queen. The theme had always been, like, princess. What? Where is this coming from? But I can be your princess. And you'll be my prince.
なぜ？どうして君たち兄弟は、こんな俺のそばにいてくれようとするの？
Because we love you. When you love someone, you naturally want to be around them. He shook his head.
俺は好きだから離れたい。好きだから、こんな醜い姿を見られたくない。
I reached out to him. What I wanted more than anything was for him to forgive himself.
触るな！俺は汚い。君まで汚してしまうよ。
He smacked my hand away. He was terrified. Look at me. Nevertheless, I reached out to him again. Where's the dandruff and the grease? I don't see it. Very pretty though, very nice. I grabbed his scrawny arm and leaned in. That is really rude, Yurika. You can't just say that. Up close, I could see that his eyes were full of tears. He was drowning in unbearable sorrow. Look me in the eye.
Oh.
How do you feel about my eyes?
綺麗だよ。とても。
What about the reflection of yourself you see in them?
それは。
His grimy face twisted in misery. Even so, his eyes are locked on mine. Listen, Snow White. When you told me you thought my eyes were beautiful, it really meant a lot to me. I want you to look at what's reflected in them. Because I'm you, and I want you to love me.
俺を肯定する君。
The MC is kind of the one leading this entire story. She isn't the one being passive in here. Yeah, it's basically like the guys want to run away, but the MC hounds them down. That's basically the entire game.
それはつまり俺自身を愛せということ。
Yep. I nodded with a smile. Before you can love someone else, you have to love yourself. I'll say the magic words. See, I'm not just a mirror. I'm a magic mirror. And I'll answer any questions you ask.
鏡よ、鏡。鏡さん。この世界で一番愛しているのは誰？
You, my prince, you are the one I love most of all. Oh, that's cute. But again, if it's filthy and like marinated corpse, I really don't want to kiss him. But yay! And with that, I kissed him. Cute. As I slowly pulled away, he stared back at me in disbelief.
どうして言ったよね。俺のために死んでもいいのかって。
Yeah?
いくら君がイレギュラーな存在だとしても、この世界は俺が見ている夢だ。君の存在も幻に過ぎないんだよ。俺を目覚めさせれば君と言ってしまう。
Makes sense.
君は自分という存在が消えてもいいの？
Yep.
なんで？
Because I love you. I love you and I want to heal you. To that end, I don't care if I have to sacrifice myself. I'm happy as long as my beloved is happy. She says that in every round.
変わってるね。
I get that a lot. Maybe your dream made me this way. I shot him a playful wink. He gazed back at me, conflicted. Besides, your mom asked me to look out for you. When? She wanted the two, alright, she wanted the two of us to be friends. So clearly she wants me to save you.
それは夢の中の話だよ。
Yeah, maybe. But you can trust me, can't you?
ああ、信じるよ。
I love his smile. It's so pretty. He struggled to smile through the pain. The truth is, I've wanted nothing more than to see you in person. Girl is the final boss of I Can Fix Him. If I go into the I Can Fix Him competition and I see Yurika, bro, I'll just fold. Sorry, I can't fix things as well as she. Like, you're a yandere, I'll be an even better yandere than you so you don't feel bad. She's that type. I can't go against her. She's crazy. You felt the same way?
思ってたよ。
Had feelings for me?
わからない。でも、ずっと憧れてた。
Bruh.
君の見た目は、絵本の中のお姫様そのままだったから。
Falling, this is like even more than falling at first sight because they didn't even see each other. He just saw like, damn, she's pretty, and then he wants her really, really bad. That's crazy. Right. Likewise, I heard about you from my brother. He would always tell me the stories about the prince who ate the poisoned apple and fell fast asleep. And I always wished I could wake you up. Just then, a bright, oh my god, not again. Ah, not again. Oh my god. The flashbacks. A bright red flame ignited at our feet and began to spread throughout the room. The fire threatened to consume everything in its path.
世界が、夢が崩れていく。
At last, this eternal dream has reached its end. I spoke softly, reassuringly. Didn't I tell you? Even after the dream ends, I'll still love you. But this time, it won't be a mirror image. It'll be the real me.
でも俺は
Pressed my index finger to his lips and slowly shook my head. I'm going to wake you up no matter what it takes, even if I have to disappear along with the rest of your dream. Can you hear my voice? Can you understand me?
届いてるよ。君が現れて。世界は少しずつ変わっていった。君の言葉は不思議だ。
She's just screaming in his ears, clanging pots and pans like, Yo, wake up!
君以外の人の言葉は響かないのに。君だけは違うんだ。君の言葉は、寒さで凍ってしまった湖を少しずつ溶かして、俺の心を波立たせた。
His beautiful eyes dyed my reflection in a brilliant shade of lilac. Drawn in like a magnet, I leaned in. Snow White closed his eyes without resistance. My prince, I've come to wake you. Then I kissed him one more time. Let's just wake up, buddy. Yeah, it's a bit about time. Just like blare an alarm clock right next to his ear. There I stood, a mere child, alone at the lake in the night. Why the lake, you ask? No real reason. I would have happily gone anywhere, even to the other side of the planet. I just really liked the lake, that's all. On clear nights, the surrounding mountains reflected upside down on the lake's surface. It was magical, and although our town was a tourist trap, people hardly came here at night. That night was yet another clear moonlit night. How cute! What pretty guy. I just sat there and listened to the waves. You might think that a lake wouldn't have waves, but you'd be mistaken. The lake tide swells and recedes just like the ocean. Supposedly, these waves are created by friction between the surface water and the wind. That said, a lake is still not the same as the ocean. A lake will not lead you to distant lands. I understood that, of course. Even if it did, I would likely never go. After all, I...
おい、お前
Out of nowhere, someone grabbed me by the shoulder. Startled, I whirled around to find a man staring down at me, panic in his eyes. Well, if the lake is huge, yeah, which part? Like, lead you somewhere else, or...? It was Ryoshi. Back then, Ryoshi was a 20-year-old college student.
誰？
誰って
His eyes widened slightly. Almost like he was surprised by my question.
とにかくこっちに来い
Ryoshi grabbed me by the arm and, without another word, dragged me off the pier and onto the lake shore.
たくガキは家で寝てる時間だろ友達はどうした
友達なんかいない。
At least I assumed so, since no one ever interacted with me. But I didn't really understand friendship anyway.
いないそんなことねえだろじゃあ家族は
Yikes.
もしかして家出かおいシカトしてんじゃねえよ
別に。そっちが勝手に喋ってるだけだろ。
I could have stayed still, but I didn't want him to keep interrogating me. So I decided to respond. Just then, he smacked me over the head.
口の利き方には気をつけろよガキ
Gaki. His husky voice got even huskier as he growled at me. If anything, he looked less like a hunter and more like a wolf.
でこんなところでガキが何やってるんだ
ガキじゃない。白雪だよ。
白雪
He furrowed his brow.
君は
は君君って俺のことか
The translation isn't really correct, right? Because Kimi is like a very casual way of referring to you. And And he was supposed to be more polite because Roshi's way older. So, more like, who are you? You know? Like a rude one instead of Mr.
それ以外ないと思うけど。
I tilted my head at him. He scowled. I braced myself, thinking he would hit me, but instead he simply clucked his tongue in annoyance.
今時のガキを。
たとえ、俺がガキだとしても、こちらから名乗ったのだから、そっちも名乗るのが礼儀だと思うけど。
It was a ballsy retort, but I was testing the waters.
アリス漁師だ。
He reluctantly answered the question. I must have realized that I had a valid point.
変な名前。
悪かったな。
自覚はあるんだね。
Ryoshi, the Japanese form of huntsman. Arisu, the Japanese form of Alice. Two fairy tale characters mashed together.
お前こそ、人のこととやかく言える名前じゃねえだろ。女じゃないよな。
I kicked his unguarded shin.
いって。何？
俺は女の子じゃない。
I growled in a low voice. I didn't care if he made fun of my stupid name, but I was not okay with him treating me like a girl. That's what he did to Red, like kicking in the unguarded shin. I remember this. Roshi looked at me in confusion for a moment, then let out a sigh.
わかった。今のは俺が悪かった。
He raised both hands in surrender.
漁師は
早速呼び捨てかよ。
No, he's saying like, oh, you're immediately calling me by my given name, like kind of because they're not even close. What do you mean not calling by my name? Because like he's calling him huntsman. I get what they're trying to do with the translation. I was confused, but I get it. I see.
君をアリスと呼びたくない。
俺も呼ばれたくない。
なら、漁師でいいだろ。
This seemed to piss him off even more, so I decided to consider other options.
おじさん？
漁師でいい。
Apparently he didn't like Grandpa either. Very picky, this one.
こんなところでぼーっとしてるから、自殺でもすんのかと思っちまったじゃねえか。
自殺？何のために？
知るかよ。けど、ガキがこんな時間にこんなところで、一人でいるなんて普通じゃねえだろ。
Then why are you out here by yourself at this late? Sure, he had a scary face, but he didn't seem old enough to be lecturing me like a grown-up. He's 20!
漁師こそ、いわゆる不良ってやつなんじゃない？
不良？
なんでだよ。
見た目がまさに不良そのものだし。
Not wrong.
悪かったな。
His appearance was nothing like the average person's. His hair and eyes were both pale in color. To be fair, he rocked the look, but out here in the countryside, he was bound to attract all kinds of attention.
この髪は生まれつきだ。
嫌なの？
I was more interested in his irritated tone of voice.
さあ、どうだろうな。
Since he was dodging the question, I took that to mean he didn't enjoy the topic.
周りからは、染めろ染めろと言われるけどな。で、一度髪を染めたことがあるが、死ぬほど似合わなかった。
I tried to picture him with black hair. It wasn't pretty. I think he'll look fine.
そうだね。確かに漁師に黒髪は似合わない。
The mental image was just too funny.
失礼なガキだな。
そっちが勝手に言い出したんじゃないか。
Why was I laughing so hard? You wouldn't think it was that hilarious, yet for some reason it was.
ねえ、明日もここに来てくれる？
I asked as I wiped the tears of laughter from my eyes.
ああ？ なんでまたここに。つうか、また一人で来るつもりか？
ああ。来るつもりだ。
I smiled faintly.
マジで嫌がった。
The next night, sure enough, Ryoshi showed up at the lake. As soon as he saw me, he ran a hand through his ash-gray hair. Guess he thought I was joking about coming back. Silently, he sat down beside me. A few minutes passed in which neither of us said a word. It was a peaceful moment. The only sound was that of the waves. Just like always. Except this time, I wasn't alone. As I gazed out in the water, lost in thought, Ryoshi began to speak.
お前、何もない湖なんか眺めて楽しいか？
別に。
He took a small pack. Oi, that's a kid next to you. He took a small pack from his pants pocket and pulled out a thin white stick.
それ、何？
タバコだよ。
タバコ？
I had never heard this word before.
なんだ、見たことねえのかよ。変わってんな。
As he spoke, he set the cigarette between his lips.
食べるの？
食べない。煙を吸うんだよ。
似たようなものじゃないか。
そうかもな。
He reached into his pocket again. This time he produced a lighter.
それで燃やすんだね。
Right next to a kid? Bruh, exactly. I guess that's one way to create smoke.
そうだ。ライターは知ってんだな。
He lit the cigarette with no trouble, as if he had done it 100 times before. White smoke rose up into the air. Smell stung my nostrils, and as I inadvertently inhaled the smokes, my lungs reflexively coughed it back out. Me, I do that.
変な匂い。
I hate smokers. Like, don't smoke near me. I buried my nose in my elbow to protect it from the smoke.
それ、美味しいの？
いや、むしろまずい。
美味しくもないのに食べるんだ。変わってるね。
そうかもな。
He pulled the cigarette from his lips and exhaled a gust of white smoke. It stood out in sharp contrast against the dark night sky, almost like a ghost.
体には毒だと言われるが、これが好きだというやつが世の中にはいっぱいいる。
それ、毒なんだ。
ああ、そうだ。だからガキは真似するなよ。
Put the cigarette back to his lips, a stoic expression on his face. It was poison, yet he smoked it as if it was his duty.
ガキは飴でも食ってろ。
As he spoke, he produced a brightly wrapped candy from the pocket of his jacket and handed it to me.
いらない。
I threw it on the ground.
おい。
He smacked me over the head.
しつけのなってねえガキだな。
ガキじゃない。
I scowled. I wasn't expecting a total stranger to hit me. Meanwhile, Ryoshi put out his cigarette, rose to his feet, and picked up the lollipop. Silently, I watched as he unwrapped it and put it in his mouth.
こっちのがうまいな。
Yeah.
汚くないの？
I stared in disbelief.
直に地面に落ちたわけじゃねえから大丈夫だろ。
He rolled the lollipop around on his tongue. The more I watched him, the more it piqued my curiosity.
やっぱり欲しいかも。
Bruh. Kid.
素直じゃねえな。
So now he took on the role of being everyone's older brother. The more I see Ryoshi, the more I like him, which is a problem because I don't like him because he's so aloof and actually they wrote him really well. He does feel like an older brother. So I don't like him because I don't like older brothers. But yeah, Ryoshi's a good boy. As he spoke, he produced another lollipop from his pocket.
ほらよ。
This time I held it in my hand.
食べねえのか？
食べない。
Bruh. That wasn't why I wanted one. I just wanted to copy him. He held the lollipop aloft. Inside the clear wrapper, the bright red candy sparkled in the moonlight. It almost looked like an apple. From then on, Ryoshi continued to show up night after night. We talked about all kinds of stuff. He told me he moved out here all by himself to attend college. His parents were doctors, and they wanted him to study medicine too. So, doctors, not hunters.
俺は医者に向いてないんだよ。頭も特別良かったわけじゃない。手先もそれほど器用じゃない。
血も苦手だしね。
ああ、そうだ。
He was uncomfortable with blood, yet he was trying to be a doctor anyway.
どうして血が苦手なの？
He paused for a moment.
あの独特な鉄臭さと色が嫌だ。
You don't like red? Why?
色？
なんかグロいだろ。
What do you mean?
ふーん。
I pictured blood. Bright red blood. Yeah. Evidently, he and I had some things in common.
俺も
ん？
赤い色は嫌いだ。
Before I knew it, the words slipped out. This time his voice carried a hint of amusement. Looking up, I realized he was actually smiling for a change.
何？ニヤニヤして気持ち悪い。
珍しいな。お前が自分のことを話すなんて。
I decided to smack him just in case. He was right. I never contributed to the conversation. I only ever listened. Until now, he never really commented on it. But it wasn't because he wasn't interested in me. Oop. Wait, sorry, my game is throwing a tantrum. Okay. If he wasn't interested, then he wouldn't bother coming here night after night. That said, he didn't pry or get involved more than absolutely necessary. His motives were a mystery, but still, he struck me as sincere. Just then, he plunged a hand into his pocket.
またタバコ？
よくわかったな。
He deftly lit the cigarette, like he had done so many times before, while white smoke rose into the air once more.
わかるよ、それくらい。
Had spent the past few nights hanging out with him, and by this point, he was fairly predictable. Come to think of it, I had adapted to the smell of the smoke too. Meanwhile, he continued to smoke with an apathetic look on his face. He sat in silence, just staring out at the empty sky. This meant he was thinking about something. Yet another thing I had learned about him in the short time we had known each other.
ねえ、どうして毒だと分かっててタバコを吸うの？
別に死にたくて吸ってるわけじゃねえよ。ただこうすれば少しでも近づけるんじゃねえかと思ってな。
ふーん。
I didn't press further. He had his own life, just like mine. Yeah, I don't get what his goal is. Like, becoming a doctor, I don't think you need, like, broken lungs to be a doctor. I don't understand. If he wanted to tell me, he was free to do so, and if not, he could keep it to himself.
そうだ。なっち
As he looked up suddenly, the cigarette fell from his lips and grazed his skin. What a klutz.
今日はお前にいいものを持ってきたんだ。
Oh?
何？
Half expecting more candy, I looked at him curiously. Then he pulled the book from his briefcase.
部屋の整理をしてた時に見つけたんだが。いるか？
In other words, he was trying to pawn off his trash.
本は嫌いか？
Slowly, I nodded. I didn't just like books, I loved them.
ありがとう。
Wow. The words came to me naturally as naturally accepted the book. He had given me other gifts in the past, but this was the first time I had actually thanked him. Yeah, I was like, wow, he actually thanked him. That's surprising.
ちゃんと家に帰って読めよ。
He seemed pleased with my reaction because he ruffled my hair.
わかってるよ。
His hand was warm and I didn't mind the affection. In the end, I was so curious to read my new book that I went home early that night.
Tadaima.
Yippee, this fucking room. All the lights were off inside the house. And although it was winter, the heater was off and it was freezing inside. Careful not to trip over anything, I navigated my way to the living room, where I found my mother asleep.
風邪ひくよ。
I couldn't let my beloved mother get sick, so I grabbed the blanket off the floor and put it back over her. On the table was an apple pie.
いただきます。
Apple pies were my mother's specialty. She used to make them for me all the time, but she stopped having much free time after she started working outside the home. Once I finished my meal, I pulled on my red cloak and moved to the window. Red Riding Hood? We lived deep in the woods, but with the thick blanket of snow reflecting the moonlight, the nights weren't quite so dark. Then it was time to start my new book. If Mother knew I was doing this, would she be upset with me? Or would she be happy? Either way, she had no way of actually finding out, since she was asleep. Unlike the fairy tales Mother would often read to me at bedtime, Roshi's book was full of intricate human relationships and plot twists. The next day...
何？
お前、ガリガリだな。ちゃんと飯食ってるのか？
食べてるよ。
ほら、これ食え。
He thrust a plastic bag at me.
何これ？
Inside I could see sandwiches, rice balls, and a variety of other snacks.
お前はガキなんだから、もっとたくさん食え。でないと、でかくならないぞ。
I like Ryoshi a lot. He really cares. Sweet of him.
別に毒なんて入っちゃねえから。
I sat there in silence for a moment. Then, as if to reassure me, he reached into the bag, grabbed a sandwich, unwrapped it, and took a bite.
それ、美味しい？
まあ、そうだな。気になるなら食ってみればいいだろ。
いらない。
So this is how he survived for years. I guess so. I guess they've been meeting for years.
腹、減ってないのか？
うん。
I was lying. Truth be told, I was starving. I couldn't accept his charity no matter what. This is Red Riding Hood's story. I'm so confused! This is Red Riding Hood's story! Like... This was in Red Riding Hood's route. But now it's... Snow White? I'm so confused. He got a random older brother to help him bro, but he's not eating, so I'm so confused. This is literally word to word what I read in the Red Riding Hood's route.
漁師は自分で料理を作ったりしないの？
しない。
誰か作ってくれる人はいないの？
一人暮らしだからな。お前は？
母様がいつもアップルパイを作ってくれる。
アップルパイ？
うん。
Before we went home, Ryoshi forced me to take the bag of food. I refused to take no for an answer. And so I carried the whole bag home with me.
Tadaima.
When I arrived at home, I called out into the darkness. Then I set my bag down on the kitchen table. Felt like Ryoshi was treating me like a stray cat. A wild animal untamed by human hands. Part of me thought this was pretty rude, but at the same time, I knew he was just trying to be nice. Because of that, I was starting to think it might be okay to eat this food. I pulled a sandwich out of the bag and unwrapped it. It looked extremely appetizing. Then I opened my mouth wide and took a bite. But my body rejected it, and I spat it out on the spot. I didn't remember the last time I successfully ate something. For as long as I could remember, no matter how hungry I got, my stomach rejected all the food. I wanted to eat so badly. But I couldn't eat unless my stomach let me.
だから、いらないって言ったのに。
In the mirror, I could see a bony boy staring back at me.
妹？
ああ、そうだ。
One day, I learned that Rushi had a sister.
へえ、漁師に妹がいたんだ。初めて知った。
そりゃそうだろう。初めて行ったからな。
ふん。
I've spoken of his family a very few times thus far, but this was the first time he mentioned his sister. Something about it felt off to me. You'd think he would have told me about her sooner.
どんな子なの？やっぱり、漁師の妹だから、いかつかったりするの？
After all, Rushi had the face of a stone-cold killer. So chances were high his sister had a grumpy disposition too. However,
妹は俺とは似てねえよ。
at this I felt a tiny bit disappointed.
じゃあ、可愛い？
まあ、そうかもな。かわいいかわいいと、一部の連中にはもてはやされてる。
ふん。
Something about his tone gave me a pause. He made it sound like the majority of people didn't think she was cute. I decided to dig a little deeper.
他とは違う？
Roshi's looks were truly one of a kind. Ash gray hair and icy blue eyes. When he said she was nothing like him, he probably didn't mean physically.
ああ、そうだ。
He replied in a low voice.
まあ、そういう意味じゃ、俺と似てるかもな。変わってるんだよ。俺もあいつも。
どう変わってるの？
He paused for a moment.
瞳の色が2色なんだ。
2色の瞳？
ああ、そうだ。まあ、それ自体はさほど珍しくもないらしいんだがな。あいつの交際は、青と赤が 上下でグラデーションみたいになってるんだよ。
へえ。
I could hear my voice go up an octave. After all, red and blue were contrasting colors. I collected myself, then asked again in a calmer voice.
何かの病気？
He didn't mean to be rude, but I couldn't think of a nicer way to ask.
いや、俺と同じ先天性のものなんだ。視力は別に悪くないし、色が違うだけで、他は普通の人と変わらない。
兄弟揃って派手なんだね。
まあな。どこに行っても目立ってしょうがねえよ。
Yeah, I bet. With looks like his, anyone would do a double take. City or countryside, it didn't matter.
妹は何歳？
年はお前くらいだな。あとは髪が長くて。
He stopped short. His eyes bored into me, and I tilted my head in confusion.
何？
そういえば、お
How?
前に似てるよ。
俺に？
見た目もだが、なんとなく。おいこら、危ねえな。
Right as I tried to peer into the lake, he grabbed me by the scruff of the neck.
湖を覗こうとしただけだよ。
I shoved his hand away and looked down again. In the reflection of the water, Ryoshi and I didn't look all that different. Unlike me and my mother. They both are crazy.
ねえ、
That's probably
漁師
what
の
he
妹
meant.
はどんな子なの？
This is a really long flashback scene. Like, I thought we would be done soon. Now I'm wondering if I should keep going or just keep it for tomorrow. Now that I knew Ryoshi had a sister, I made a point of asking about her every now and then. Also, I don't think Snow White's crazy. I think he's just stupid. He's not crazy. Gretel is crazy. Her likes and dislikes, the books she read, the things that made her sad. The more I learned about her, the more real she felt, even if she wasn't here. And I quickly hit a dead end. Why? Because Ryoshi didn't know much about her to begin with. And for good reason. When she was almost 10, she moved away with her mother to a different country, while Ryoshi moved here by himself. They hadn't seen each other in several years. As for why he chose this town specifically...
別荘があって、毎年遊びに来てたからな。
made it sound like an afterthought. Apparently, his family was loaded. For the first time in my life, I was grateful that the stupid backwoods town was a tourist trap. Otherwise, I was like, I would never have met Ryoshi and learned about his sister. So it's about the sister. You don't care about Ryoshi, the guy who's been coming here every night in the cold just to meet you, gave you food, and was really, really worried for you. You don't care about him. You just care about his sister. That's crazy. Not that I'd ever admit this to Ryoshi directly, of course.
これが妹？
ああ、そうだ。
One day, Ryoshi was thoughtful enough to bring a photo of his sister so that I could see her. Probably because they kept asking about her all the time.
今より少し若く見えるね。
そうか？
It was a photo with the two siblings together. It looked from the younger Ryoshi to current Ryoshi and back again. Yeah, at this point I really wonder if they really needed to keep adding these dialogues. They literally can just narrate about all of this and keep it short, right? I think it's just padding so that the runtime is longer. Like again, my complaints in all the other routes, they just really like repeating things and like adding padding. In the photo, he still had the same icy blue eyes and ash gray hair. I think if after this scene in the flashback doesn't stop, then I'll stop for the day. But if we finally get to like the juicy part at the end, then I will play something else. Then I will like end it today and continue tomorrow. Wait, no. I can't think. If the flashback doesn't end, I'll end it today. But if it finally continues to like better story, then I'll finish the game today.
仏頂面は変わらないけど。
Yeah, that's why Gretel route feels like torture, right? It was so horrible. It was so horrible. They kept going and going, and Nissan killed me, bro. He flicks my forehead. The dude really needs to learn how not to hit people just because they said something he didn't like. Then again, I guess that applies to me too. To distract myself, I looked back at the photo. I could see a small girl next to Ryoshi. She looked to be under 10 years old. Her light brown hair looked thick and soft, and she wore ribbons on either side of her head. Her pure white dress suited her doll-like aesthetic. It was my first time seeing her, yet for some reason she made me think of the past.
本当に不思議な目だね。
Eyes were unlike anything I had ever seen. Not like mine, not like Ryoshi's, and of course, not like my mother's. They had a shine that was all her own.
赤というよりピンクっぽいね。
I ran a finger over her eyes. Her expression carried a hint of sadness.
とても綺麗だ。
It was the honest truth of how I felt. She sparkled like a gem. If my mother saw her, she'd give her a big hug and say, "You look like a princess."
ねえ、どうして漁師は俺に構うの？
なんで今さら。
I looked up at him.
初めのうちはこんな夜中に出歩くような子供に構ったりするのはよっぽどの暇人だからだと思ってたけど、でも本当はそうじゃなくて何か重要な理由があるんだろう。
I see. He saw this picture once and just, yep, that's the girl for me, and starts having weird dreams about it. The way you put it sounds so icky. But yes, that is what he did.
別に。
He answered brusquely, averting his gaze. As usual, he sucked at hiding things. But he seemed to realize I had seen through him because he hastily shot back.
お前こそ、なんでそんなに俺の妹のことを知りたがるんだ。
That is true, it is weird.
アリスだから。
あ？
というのもあるけど、本当のところは少し違う。俺が彼女のことを知りたがるのは、彼女が会ったこともないお姫様だからだよ。
あ？
Yeah, I would react the same when like a random kid just says my little sister is a princess. Like, huh? What do you mean? He repeated his question. This annoyed me. What was his problem?
何呆れた顔してんだよ。んな抽象的な表現でわかるか。
なら、一生わからなくていいよ。
I turned my face away. At one time I tried to open up to him. He was too stupid to get it. Say things clearer, bro. Was it really that abstract? Immediately after the loud sigh, the chilly wind blew his cigarette smoke in my direction.
あいつがお姫様かどうかなんてわからねえが、あいつは俺よりずっと優秀だよ。親はそんなあいつを信頼しているし、可愛がってる。
漁師よりも？漁師が都会じゃなく、こんな田舎で漁師になるための勉強をしているのは、妹から離れたかったから？
See, earlier they said he was studying to become a doctor, and now he's saying he's studying to become a hunter? I'm confused. Which one is it?
そうか。本当は、漁師は漁師になんかなりたくなかったんだね。
まだ見習いだけどな。いや、見習いにすらなってねえか。
Let out a self-deprecating laugh. Well, that's nothing out of the ordinary for this game. They really like overly obsessive, beautiful boys in this game. Yes, overly obsessive, beautiful boys that likes to run away.
つまり、自分よりもずっと優秀なのに、女だからという理由で、家業を継がなくてもいい妹に、イラついているんだ。でも、別に今の時代だったら、女性の漁師なんて珍しくはないんじゃないの？
I didn't know any myself, but according to my mother, they definitely exist.
漁師のお母さんだって、漁師の仕事についているんだろ？
まあな。
でも、漁師の気持ちも少しわかる気がする。誰かと比べられるのは、とても嫌なことだ。漁師は、漁師なのにね。
ありがとな。
なんで、お礼？
なんとなく、そんな気がした。
ねえ、漁師。漁師が進む道に迷ってるなら、俺がヒントをあげようか。
あ？
今から俺とゲームをしよう。
ゲーム？
そう。ゲーム。これから、俺は君に謎かけを行う。君は、それをすべて解いていくんだ。
俺が勝ったら？
俺の秘密を教えてあげる。
He paused to think for a moment.
もし、俺が正解したら、もうこんなことはやめるか？
こんなことって？
わかってんだろ？
そうだね。検討するよ。
Oh, that's right. They always met by the lake. We also meet him here, right? He only ever goes to his house or the lake. There's no in between.
検討じゃなくて、約束だ。
約束するよ。
At this, Ryoshi let out a sigh.
わかった。なら、お前のお遊びに付き合ってやるよ。
暇人だね。
お前もな。
それはとても理不尽なもの。それは、誰にでも持てるもの。だけど、手に入れれば一瞬で消えてしまう。それは、誰にでも見えるもの。だけど、目を開ければ、跡形もなくなくなってしまう。
なんだそれ。
謎かけだよ。
謎かけ。
His face stiffened and I couldn't help but laugh.
まあ、頑張って。
From that night forward, Ryoshi would ask questions about the riddle.
それは、とても理不尽なもの。
What if I just finish it today? I low-key just wanna kind of finish it today. I don't wanna do it tomorrow.
それは、誰にでも持てるもの。だけど、手に入れれば一瞬で消えてしまう。それは誰にでも見えるもの。だけど、目を開ければ、跡形もなくなくなってしまう。
Well, he did say he wasn't too smart, but this one is so obvious. It's clearly a dream.
謎かけっていうが、そもそも何が謎なのかがさっぱりわからねえんだが。
これは謎かけなんだから、自分で考えなければ意味がないだろう。謎かけという言葉の意味を考えなよ。
When I went home that night, I left him with a disgruntled scowl on his face. next night.
謎かけとは、問いかけに対して、トンチを聞かせた答えを要求する、言葉遊びを用いたクイズである。
Apparently he went and looked into the literal meaning of the word. Yeah, if you have to stop, better stop right now or we won't have content to stream tomorrow, Lamar. That's what I'm thinking! I don't know, because I don't know how long, because if it's still like 2 hours away, I don't want to finish it today. But what if there's only like 1 hour left? I don't know, that's the thing. I don't know the length. So, I don't know. Because we still have the bad endings to go through. Yeah. Okay, after the scene. He may have looked like a delinquent punk, but evidently he was quite a hard worker.
要はあれだろ。それが何なのか当てろっていうことだろ。
で、答えは
Yet again, he failed to answer. Based on our conversation thus far, I had known he wasn't too well versed in this sort of thing. But I didn't realize he was this dense. It was really killing my fun.
しょうがない。じゃあ、少しだけヒントを教えてあげる。それは別々の意味を持つもので、同じ意味を持つものでもある。どう？わかった？
It was the biggest hint I could possibly give him, but yet he still didn't quite get it. What the fuck? He can mean different things, but he can also mean the same thing. But how is that a hint to dreams? I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid.
わかるわけねえだろ。
Yup.
漁師は頭が悪いんだね。
He smacked me over the head. You're the one who can't answer a stupid riddle.
前に、漁師は本をくれたけど、漁師は本は読まないの？
Sulking, I rubbed my head.
本なら読むぞ。参考書とかいうクソつまんねえもんをな。
じゃあ、子供の頃はどんな本を読んだ？
覚えてない。
なら思い出して。
それがヒントになるのかよ。
さあ、なるかもしれないし、ならないかもね。
なんだそりゃ。
答えがわかればわかるよ。
答えが分かってないから困ってるんじゃねえか。
His hints suck, to be fair.
やっぱり、頭が悪い。
He smacked me again. Then the next night...
はい、不正解。
Yet again, Ryoshi had failed to bring me the right answer.
鈍いね、漁師。
こういうのは苦手なんだよ。
頭が硬いんだよ。もっと柔軟に考えなきゃ。
柔軟にね。
And so the nights passed as Ryoshi struggled to solve my riddle. It wasn't exactly exciting, but anything was preferable to the nights I spent here alone.
漁師は妹にせがまれて本を読んであげたことない？
Okay, I think they are changing topics. It's never gonna end. Okay, you know what? We'll just stop here and then I'll pick it back up tomorrow. I was going to take a break tomorrow on Thursday, but because this game is being mean to me, I guess I'm not taking my break. So tomorrow I'll be back with Taisho at the usual 11 a.m. GMT plus 7. And then afterwards, we have Glass Heart Princess with Unli at 3 p.m. GMT plus 7. So yeah. Huntsman be like, Grandpa? Poor Yoshi, honestly. I too hate riddles. But yeah. Thank you so much everyone for watching. Thank you especially for those who have chatted with me. It was fun. Hope to see you tomorrow as well. Bye bye.